order. Dit zeggen ze dan, het is ja, dit in deze dag nach je ga je het ja zo goed gewoon zien, zet het een massie nog gewoon. Die het schenken dat doen je Allah zijn wat Allah deed. Dan is het een slecht Allah, dan is het een slecht Allah die. Ik dan zeg het geen. Was it a year hot and the got hayak on the dark colonies in the guys that you need a Ninkai one day I can take all we get in next in the take window. What are the thought that is a guy in the dogs are not taking a taking only or since I want to go at the audience and while not here hot and there. Yet done isn't was it out here on any day? Must it show?
Please be seated.
Jonas Lafley must say this in Yakino, but when can't see. Do you see her? Minister statements. WSCC is elder minister. Could you see do we see but I see do the adult nasi to you something? Do you have to like see but I have to see only large I have to atali na. The so I say now thousand have to lot of kono. Could you like it as a dollar do you have to use the hands or it have to sandwich or yan the chow hat ha. Hatta tu do tenta lisi baba sandwich hat better outdoor hat a lot of consi the sauce ha remember get your city workers protection fancy. Could you tell you need to how to some of the recorder to baba sampasa on the law. Hatta tu hat on the unity tesi like Hatta tu shipper TC. Do we worker safety compensation safety planning are you the goal of the law do you please bagar do we make it a birthday hello? You get a lot at all last zone no get her nilo. Do you have to yakini yes do you have to send the chaha lot the only see? Do you that all the city lot the Lord the old see? Do you see but all the city the zone? Do you have to the Pagali Nara do programs you have to KRC ha? Do you have to at least get see the Greek you have to see on a call a see a Hansanu the recorder? Could you have to log it like content to log it now to you have Sunday Jahad or the Kaya Yaki Lalo de Bagara Taha? Had that to be seen city health and safety funding program see? Are you heard of Turkey hello? Do you program the goal of the WSCC? Do you sample head and says it hello? Do you have to so what now how to all in the about like Kono hat to see? Do you have to the hand canoe to make it our dude on Bali Nasi? Could you WSCC the Yakini Nasi do you workplace safety see the Hato the Metanard so the Atal Nasi? Kaisacho do we 14 the Nikis and Hato Safety Advisory Board ha? Do we Sampak La Siha? Could you be committee will see? You have to see it out, you see the committee get it, you do that set out, you see the front lines. Do you have to sample get to all in order to conda? Hata to 2025 to 2026 to that o yakini yasi this inheritance in the committee that o yaki tisi cha tani ke yasi hayut na pa huni la cha hat o la ta kono ya yo kan like e yasi hata could do that o si her ni si to you problems ke yo provincial problems o to tani ke ya yo sa could you have that elo the hat o the safety has ni si the April 28 era ya yo pa na tia alo di that o la te konsi ha ten ba tio the harin la ke ya di la ta kono tu hat o la ke te san de cha ha o hat o pa ti hat o benen ni te la alo benen la ta konsi hat o sat elo benen ni te la Minister statements housing in the BT color Mr. Speaker Kuti housing in the BT city down hilata na si senior the Sôłıné government hilata now federal government hilata now the get government organizations hel municipal community government so hatta the tane ke yat ina ha yutina ba khon betse ha hat be betse tie hatta the housing the anas curiosity could you the atal na sit on theta yesi ai hat o masi hezete alo ai ta housing atal na si ha ko ha ga na cheese tentira ai you ke ton chanta ta la lot esi be ke ton ya the local housing si ai hat o sigeta ya la ta kono ai ke sat elo hat o la ta kon aba ba huni la lo ti ha yo tsanen ke ya si ti do na zen no na zen ti the local housing organizations who le lo could the local housing organization the contact cartelo NWT ha tini hard ta borge det esi ti ha do yaki ya alo ai hat o yaki he si tato bunu ti si hat o ze yaki he si lo ai bete hain la ke ya hat o te vi pelasi ba answer could the housing organization who lisi do we better authority to have to see the sun the cha to hain la ke ya si could ta ya ba ta na si to city standards in alo to have to kondi kan cha ha yon si ba ti alo the kondi the euro kondi zone hat to city hen na HQ to have to ha salu di ko le to si chol ka se te the city ni behela ala ai te ne kelte no de the city ba ka ki a do you have to the hela ta si to si hat ti le to safety ha kui na te nu de te kelte lo hat o nu ka ha ya a te na te la kemel te ha lo hat the local housing organization ai te kaya suite alo di sanne chaha kuti vi kuni pano ti hakra ka ti hato tata tsyo to sola ga ku za hanu zelo hata te vi sugai tsa na si ti ni han la ke ya si ti betar ar di ja to la hit si si cha yi ti si ha hata ti khoi se to ha ai le ti khon ko hal ni si hato ai te sa pa pa ta le zo no te sa ke tar ni le the United States is a standing committee hello the social development could do it in the coins is it up at the jara to in the zone law to we had to na batan zone the bata si se dilati had that we con call hal ni si be is to ha ile the public housing or the market rentals had that hatta ti veta kasi ti LHO sel na ta ekielo ti la to ye gata le na si ha ti ha yo tsanen ke ya si ko yi ta tile ti public housing no ti market rental sel hatta yi no ni banozer ha yo no hela a ti ha yo ke cha jurisdiction kan da li se ti se tu cha ha de ko yi se Mr. Speaker, the better are the really easy the house NWTO LHO are you intensity a lot. Could you not there see to have to conquer the kilo, how to use not there? the local housing authorities, the zones at the Nara, that was that I can see. Had that the housing color on Hilatal Nasi, the Hato, the Tenapasi Suleha, the Taharan Sit at your Isiha. I did on your Altal now Stabu Hill. Koyani, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Health and Social Service. Could you know the government see the retired the thought and the cut DC on the Luhateha? I had to be Queens and Hatolo, the better arbitration on it, you had to be Queens on the Hind Law, the Taisana Tessit in her. Had to do the on the Becat DC. I heard about Bacati how little the Disney DC her. Had to communicate and sit your charge on Tanikayat in the sea. That of the DC, the Babahula, out of Lateha. Had I ordered in Uneda had the Yakinia on Tanikaya. The other some but to his heart on the Becat DC had Tanikaya Tinaha. Had I just look at you could have been could you on the town, don't you need Harton? Had I doing his own see your child to Tanaka Jahat or the city. Could you clear community building city, Caliban County, senior there? The health and social service facility at LOT, but on its Serlo, the hat of the city had Tanic in a bar. The thought they got TCU, the EQ had to hell laha. Are you that to the Basuha Lisia hat of the necessity? The get called the Ekenia, the Festival, the thought the EQ hat of the Balut on it. Cook on it on January. The Huda, the Festival, the EQ last the hat of the Zinitalo, the EQ hat of the Sheha. Did I thought that is your. On your indosi, I had it in a bar. Could you thought I got this in the I on about on us in some of the or do a work called you? I had to nurse in the Hanakano. Do we work for seats here? I like it a secret Jaha. Do we thought I got this here? I had to the Hanakano. Could you tell to a mission committee, but I think you have you seen it at a load to the get this? You in a case you had to necessity are Department of Household Service would do long term care seat in the hat of the Zini Yella. The Health and Social Service said now, the you back at the hat in a Highland in a ha. Had that the long term standard seat in these long about Haiti, let it all. The you can like a yasi. Do you have to know the deal? How to relax? How to have the on the road about on the hill, but it's the allo. You need no law, how to be city. I
know.
To come.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Yeah.
just repeat myself too, but it sounds stupid.
Mr. Speaker, hot agent Tennyson low, hot agent at Tennyson, Galata, this is at Sananek ARC. Hot agent, but I do it up at Canada, but at some parts here the low. Hot agent at 2/3 seat at Ternas at this seat at Canada, ARC at the low. Hot agent, Nuggets entered the United States at Ilo. Had after that Kenneso ayung asi helakalataril and elujan at o manufacture kayaw. Good at Kenneso and the government of Northwest Territory si hatiluted at the yakini nilalo at utelakalata. Public awareness so ayung tanats at iteanats at desio. Had after that is coins in the Sequiatanal Cano Trigon. The sense on land kaya to the mining week or mining matter see the sense on land kaya hat at Uteonas at this. It's into that case to the ion te naras new to the investors down new by hell mother at a BU checks in geoscience Vancouver inspectors developers in Toronto hat the campaign bagan naked desiato hayun $420,000 to Yukon North Yukon can now hat the northern 6 states anyhow. Kui sitet a north of 6 states sitet Allah on sitet ayun athatenik egatala na ayun tayon anegantelo hat at the sense nenek aya sitet ada kenezon alata zel adelo hat at nenek aya ha hat at that usik galata at usik not the desit sinonen kaya thewate hat at that investors see hat at the that ogalata seal hat at the seek all the sea the helagalata do I want sick or changaro yat do that uthe galatao tenat at desi had at it a hayun asal and the GNWT department so land water board so federal government to the one a hat what I want sagata line not at the hay near the low had at it that was sick galata say you asile and the low had at it at Dëne Sųłıné all Dëne Sųłıné our government industry so resources so ayun asagata line not let's atal kera had at it that oh no say to it at some park egalata say had at it that quo to that ogala haita seal Mr. Speaker, signare to it at Nakasi say egalata say to that take helagalata sense and nenekaya Pine Point project say to it oh net and the low who that sillet order that not at there low hat at it on the neon and then see somebody like a gatla na had look at had at that clean energy where you had to like a na high low had at it as say to it away not at there see got into it as zinc on and then a jar low it's into that oceanally how it say you had there a cell yellow had at it but at some part had said a lot of sense and then Canada had at it 1 million ounces of gold had a lot of that decade year had at Canada to United States to somebody last citizens and Nekaya Takataline on is on the law. Had at a natural gas project see they had a law. Had at it as in Nigalatao to that only percentage or hello what or Dagalata hate the law. Had at it at Tennessee see only at the snail air. Had at some patile says see to that all light says citizens and Nekaya say to that why you at the tight Catalita had a loot in North America Gaya. Had at to consider lithium had it at the corner kaja a loot sense and Nekaya say had a begonal kaha. Kui had a say had there. To the horny lot elo to that uselia so to the ayunt and a penal nather on the low to the sick egalata nigalata jare. Had I not a government say to the federal government health cannes on Galanalu to the indigenous government Stanley Wayo. Had that to the southern Canada say to that Ubehela Galata so had that to the tax credit away it's on consent in the law. Had that on the Hassanit and the sense of Nenekaya say to had to the non say to thoughts and the zonas at the law. Had that to I got at the law, I Tagatala thought that on us in the rights or net, you never then no can tell say papa. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Minister of ITI, Minister's statement. Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker, tuit ayu asa sik egalatare nesore. Hat tuit asi hat elo nok e hore ni lat elo nok e nokone new tuit asik egalatare. Ku tuit a GNWT Dëne bits in staff nuts and nothing te kinas ni lelut in the zone yehela gala nailo. Ku si hat oha ansin zone lelo. Kua khans into that GNWT to oral into law then it oral in see to the it's IQ ya kiel siren is one lo elet then lock any hin low had that to that a sick a galata had that to it iron by hell not or least you to that huneti city they say it's a nan kaya to the medical association kaya had that to that said sinet and alwayo had that to the healthcare kaya na so galata in lo to natal yatal no natal yatal ne se hun at some point yatel ere lo had that to that utana ayarali helagalata se had that to the medical association say that elo to the limashika ya to it and helaganata healthcare elo to natal ya nurse are you hell Canada Canada kaya hachara hat at the sense and then kaya hiring like kaya lat utana so when now not that lat it a night girl ya hat it taril ya at itata se garat elo hat at it at tentan then say ya kidney hat SN is the Northern Workers Stanley Institute NWT Workers Association Hill ayita limishi se on the look egalata had at it a night earlier, either that unison log at a high hat there low. Had at it and a Carillia had I you a sow to a night earlier to government so as not as care on low. Had at it a limashik a at a ciliata and is on the low. Had at it at night girl and down leon to a altet on leon can as on Tagata line now on the hat a great onto that Ogalata has it. The date is here. Higher than that zone, then it's at the at mercy, Mr. Speaker. Range Lake, Mr. Speaker, to it a sit and see the sense on the Nagayat and a sunnage, all had with an elnado, but on the had a you nuggets entered at that Uta sit and Catalana sit at the sense on Nagayat was set Eddie Lelo. Had the little sit and John O'Connor, they say. First response to search and rescue down now. A drug crime so could a hiring like ARC to that o at the sit on a yard can as on Pahelagata Lata low. Had an on Nenek ARC at Ogalata to the sit and a Helagata and is on the low to the Canada ARC. Had that to the can as on to that o. Had that with a treaty a holiday capacity to dear on to the net as a lot and only see hiring like a lot to dear. Could see to the Northwest Mounted Police will yellow. Could Canada West the NWT in led a lot that Kuhat only don't to the bootleggers or the outlaws or don't the skidoo arat, you know. I no one gets the lot or. Could don't think and that the Prime Minister see hat they load with a sit and do it in Canal order that Ogatala Nasi a see in it in load with a national security KRIO. Go to that a lot, is it a sit and by last year, it's on a charlotte a lot on Cyrilo. Had at the sense and then I had or no hell there. Could to it a sit and a rat to it I see at one charter. Tuyt arsenal ye hat at tuyt atuta sitten katala nine lenisi at one hallo ye hachara te sensan kaya hat at tuyt atasitten si pe last on hallo year da hat at tuyt asitten si tuyt at o katala he na sin no ni si site on was near the low ku tuyt asitten sit it sampas on hallo katala nine lo te sensan kaya ha had that with that sit and John hiring like AO no then AO not there in Canada's northern or north near hiring like AO nights at this had that with on it then it's on a jersey nana anna had that with ani yakiko the holding see a nice but tell you has nil hot really hot anna member statement to nether willida. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat to take a has serious in it. To a space agency Colonel Jamie Jambulishan on a yase. Hat in it at Ogala now to the Canada Gayatri exploration. Hat to the Nagodo yat with the Hanel Kanu to the sense on the Nagayase to technology, science, and art. Kuyi then say to the Awat astronaut had not a lot and a science suit there. Had to up a hell now the rose. Coot in his say. Had to on a two to it a Kazanar a cert out of the astronaut still say. Hannes nil had at any seat out, but as in hot on that with at the Golden City Helen's kill. Had a jaunt in no anaya, no another yard, a higher like a than chilta lassie. You'll never in the First Nation see what is shall no long in no school bullish chair. Don't you think I see what to look at nothing, y'all? I see to I use in a yard, I look the sense on an a higher latan chill see. Could you see Pansensi to the space Gayala Nasi? Had at that oil science, so I want ten hell not kilo to it owned as a Henry like a and headlal near. Had they low to the but or odd no to the is connats at they say a hat a. Then I call that and had they low hat at the sequisi the Hanel canlat elo had a kill chulo. Mr. Speaker notes in then I call that the sense on the neck ARC is sip and null not through then and then Hanayat Kana Alo. Hot after the Colonel Hansen said a hot elo to it at the sky's not the limits nilo that in your care. Could the sense on the neck ARC at that just it's any to Journal Caramel's Marcel listeners and had at it and I call that on you to Uncle Tetan and see to science exploration. Mercy to another will member statement. Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, did a high yasi doing son lot elo. Was a two they hadn't had elo to a kusaina that yatlana did a caro at a season at air was a two and don't Satu sit a higher like ARC, a year sit a high kulua sibits internally secayet or other scene there to it at I to it cara sip on yellow. At that in a high unit, and I guess I sit the kid nello. At that oil see to it. Hai kulutan kin te to da se chan sanal ye on lo ku don tre gai get it ku sanan at nya hat at a car na ke an ku ne gai se to at I to a gaslino to brought a sanal ye lo ku te kilo jalo ye hat was se sanal ye da hiring like a and had added a minister infrastructure seepers cars entered as a two but lot no I did at a car cost not that door that don't like a hat. Had added a hiring like a although government officials who seal that are really say hi there and look to that good part there. Mr. Speaker, don't look in on the red with the Mackenzie Valley Highway 2025. Air day to the Mackenzie Valley Highway bar no hello.
Of the environmental assessment.
Mr. Speaker, could you statute in the do we tell you on the crisis management the government yakini le are you never ha could you that see papa or see you to see can easy do you to the hell atale na allo the statute in ha hata papa see la allo see papa the kilo hata hata the mes infrastructure seepers crohela could abini sena that on no any see ha masi Mercy, Satu. Mackenzie Delta. Could you Tuesday get much 11 get a signaleret som bare så seriøst member statement. Could you it anu DC teknologi sig de har jo sit og DC og egentlig sådan noget andet der handler der til sig hat eller. Could you han i halvningen og det de han i nat sit den hel. Og i den balans når sit det transit der ikke. Hat og sig på konas khana så de der he master star. Det kan nogen ikke jeg hat og han udilo. Har jo den anden den så der ikke. Hat og så der ikke ud at se her. Kunne der to sige på hør lille sige her så til en lille. Så der kan så der kilde. Har jo sige på hulin lille. Der sin den siger hele har du lille. Og jeg har du den bare når du den kan jeg. Og jeg på hør lille do henne. Du har du jeg når så حتى تكسي تبي وسط تلقونا تتأسي كذا عصات إلا حتى تبي بكترش نيوز تبي تكوي كنت بسيت إنه local housing زو كتشا agencies زو ليسي أيه تنتأسي حتى تحطيها الله كنت بيحكي ثلاثة policies بتاع تنتأسي تيادور كل خاصية بتاعن كيله تبغول تشيزن تأكيله هايو كتشا بتكرر تيادو كوي تنتأخ يرسالة تنهل عن يرسالة تأسي حتى فون طلع آلو بتطلعت إلى كل local housing authority تيسي تقدر إلى أيبا كوين زيت أنو ديسي public housing سي أيبا تات إنو تيهات وسيت شلنا نيسي تنا كوين زي كوي تا housing تقدر سي أيه هتسيلو أيه أنو ديسي هتسيتي hat ooit die policy beta assisa yadwa ayat ot an sichel gastresi betze tilat elo honenilat elo di tanu disi kutu vite kezanas kisi devin na kalye dealer elo hat al nasi hatta tela basiu si hulia a diat o seze tela tela die thon basations intena basat ella Ashwa, halala. Masit inis. Could you eat a catasine? Are you having last year to it and a call in dealer sa? Are you had to a passive in doti? Could you be resources who you see? Are you no hard no let in out a law? Are you on the TC, Catar كل government agency hat o te titi a handa tan chisi sampa el titi a hat o na khadi le ile Minister of Health Sources Mr. Kernet masi member statements member from Great Slave masi hatta to set any death easy to nakes hasi masi bilis to jadit easy who niluliat o inazo I had to open a case at a open any utility to look at another or such a ten another. Could you at once see to a sanitel to such a terror? To rebrule strikes, you know, to risk it to her as a telsi her. April 3rd get to Northern Mosaic Network to shed a year at Baker Center. Then a class in a day. I saw Lakura April the earth we got such a day kilo. April 22nd to 30th 2024 the new Nazenti such a day later than Sahat or Saint Day. I you see catch us such a day the Nazare. I believe chase you the Henalat elo to another. Hatta you have you see that such a day see the heads of the masi. Remember from Mofwe. Masi, Mr. Speaker. Do we yaki nakis hours in Sakwizan? The Nakola. Are you that or see Henry Lassie as a tell at the kilo asi, the kilo the Zolik a telcha? Kutevi set uçazır diye şey lunten barnazulda. Kuti karna ketinga ve vati hat o set uçalan nisnilo ve tena kont se kuinatio. Hat o ve konnelet se kuinato sitinicio o kaya banania. Hat o ki to de ka khanga. Kui beje kont sant hati. Tu ne ti uçazır diye şey ola onu lado heni tenet asantio. Da anzi se kui kode hat o yusikate. Kuti sampa bet se siti hat o de zetu chabalnisi de zelo. Kuti vi sampa de ze disi beta de ze dial ino beta hurin dal insono. Kuti chant inisi de vi hat o bet ze di ha her. Do we control addiction recovery project see? $1.9 million bet ze di. Auto Watson. Ay betat de ze hallo. Could you program see to in Trump Friendship Center see ay ile tekarte. Di sampa betat de ze diele. Den council so hat den zatakia. Hat den na jihar ile. Di ha yon in channel see to se kui koda de we kiluke haters di hat na khaye ha. Du se kui hat on artsor ye a di bil chan yo hat o helbet ze ti a so be kui ri ze te ni a den har be nina so ich ti a could the astronaut the young corner hal ya tori la hat ya du ha yo sa si di se kui ko le hat o be sa ki le zo ni tel ha you never asked must be speaker member from Member from Frame Lake. Mr. Speaker. Could we volunteers all you see? Do we therapy dog program see Johnson ya? Therapy dog program see. Do we St. John ambulance back last all? Do we have to on but is it here easy? On volunteers all you see hill at all and see. Could you then on all hot area the see CNN the had to see done so had to see CNN te chaha. Ta senate let is the therapy dogs who yellow. Do we need some dollar to see had on the zone but the zone is no the zone ha. But that didn't need not so but that didn't knew the scene is all. Could the program see Johnson ya? Do not volunteers though because of that. I had to get as a dude that they knew the Hanna Kano. Do we see but that is it you get a what in a turn your con network your con that I kill then senior key call. How you catch up business in city? How to that in the community centers though? How that you must be very seriously. The dog program, therapy dog program, see the program, see do you not sure that? Do you have to volunteers to entertain you see? I didn't have a ton of solo. You had to see that easy to have to. None is the teacher. Must be Mr. Speaker. Member from Techo. Do we? So then must you Jersey Betsy don't happy birthday. Could you ni huni di si ay panas curious iti beta huni la kuti ni ka si ti kha government ti ri hat o che cho khusi ha ti hat o che nor kyo ti hat o si kona khasi territorial expansion Merle Hardy Ferry si ti ay bet ya chile 2012 hat ya ti ferry na ti khar na ketha ritiro ti beta te la ta khon ha ti no che ko ti kha khu chen ti khon sa te kam khuni pano ha yo sa ite hai sa na sni chole sa ta cha si ko ti bane khile lo cha yize ai che khar si seno ye ha ai da to beta ti si ha wa ani ai des ni li si ke ya hat ori ti bane khile ti sano dul do ti lo hat ya ti ba ke hundi lo ti ni huni ti hello ti ha yo si chen te o Hatta yeten lata konsi sen so ayi pa ni dolo hatta tu ye beke galas narus e tu da to si la se tu ne zolat ele no pa hatta ti Merv Hardy Ferry City kharsi dalu dia seno ye hatolo to ki hada seno ye da hota ti ora khana na khera sildo hatta ti de keda ne zolte khar nana kuda arlo de na pa Aí na terceira pescora, mas de hecho, never put like, Mr. Speaker. Hota sargent diltiere ora per la nozolo. Aí que na hora nos anciens nem que usa easy. Hat oe te wita to la te kisi ta bal ta si te staffer te no pata na si ai la na cha he tiere ai committee te le tio committee clerk so ai ho on si te ata na si no pata le na la ai masibility a ai la na cha he tiere ai bezi hu si ya to ta na ti si ke ta ya le Hata suke ha de kaya basite halo de sali te na kliha. Young Center. Kutu scientist akanas curious e. The social media the saga ido the saha chetani a choile ti hanisi the ai bata puri zilo the to la de chi si cho isi the hayone ke cha chen chani telu ni huni zilo hayo the ke cha ne the chani tele ku ta sa si her ni le si cha te kil de the scientist cha ne ke ya the scientist o tu ha to ta ta kilo ko kislo ta ti te si ja to ai da local scientist si be ga li tal do tiera could you see on a classy but are some paritio no se tiritio could you some no se tiritio but na so da si ke ta ya se ku helu ya ta
Twice. That was the thumb, right?
Mr. Speaker, the capital on the CC to Honey Nazon Anoint the sense on the ARC to that but other Lisi. Could it a partnership the CC to the to it at the Nahela light dollar. Could don't it I you had new I you as height there and right there on the year. I am back on a cow 8 on it to that side. Hat at under science community sipes util on. Hat at it arts in Germany uncle a unites uncle. Kuya citizen sa nanek ay akalos nani the hat anunit as sigatalay tasi akan kilgalatalo. Hat atrit as kenesu as hakalay tayo the nights ranelo. Kutrit IG indigenous government and so. Kutong hasse lat elo to Mr. Speaker. Hat atrit at u guidelines so yabagaro to the hat national unit Hat atrit at the sense of nanik ayas a science so not a department so aya hat atun se to the capital on the seal hat obey but nasu at sank enunt art elo that the gold northern careers or northern future ministry Mr. Speaker. Illness Center. Member State colleagues, Dëne Sůłыné February 28th, a lost Hansen, doing let us up. Had added King Charles III, a said with Sibonnet, the lower commissioner, Senator, MP, so it was not the such a bullish chat. Had added unto the Zin and Handy right to the premier, but it Nikki can call. Lucy Jane Simon, Sirham, the Senator Chief Kelly Antoine, Gilbert Kazan, Nune Carnos Emir Jane Kazan. Had added the premier say your mercy listeners into the Sibak on and as Sibonet DC. Zit also know through the ADC nothing yaw, through the AGM the nothing yaw, to the Chitzel had added on the Hende writing ARC to the Hat was Sibon and DC 2025 to the Community Service Way Sampak Air First Nation 2025 Community Builder Award Jean Marie the 20 Climate Change Resilient Award is at NEC and Learner Young City a Sibon Evelyn Cook Kocho Warrior Awards Nila Bond on Loye had added as Diane's Q had added say that at Epic at Back Aki had Elo to the Sunday NWT Speaks Championship nothing yellow with the for Simpson. Had added a team CAU seeking a zone Hasana Hiteo to the National Earning Telo Snahitelo had added a culture Yayunt and a Hellat added to Sarkakos not at the letter law. Had added a mercy literary ayuntanet anjanatha till the one handed in 10. Member statement. Yalnef South. And mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had added John the hostiness in the public service. A Yalnef South resident say, Mr. Didn't bark on it, Tabachats at it. Had added the public service held corners and Chanston guide and a Bangalana. Had added the program delivery so the sense on Nkayat Egalanalo. Mr. Ludite, the Ayat Uranaki in the Nido. And that Penido, to the Sikh, El Golden did a Penido, or Hot Annie than a hot eaten in letter. Had a capina to at Earth Harelo. Had that don't think as in at the lock at the daughter. Mr. Ludite Public Service Careers with the city of Yalnef Hill, Hunithurlo. It's a federal government to the JNWT with a Kulu like it's in 1995 or JNWT firefighter loon fire chief had at the Mr. Ludite. Planet a letter the officer in charge of at Ihinise. A Yalnef golf course get the gala now. The officer in charge of the Nakit. Had Mr. Ludite Dinabakasi. A service medals June 1988 a bond on low. Had at the had the government of General Canada sit in a sea on in Had that to the airport manager, they had like all now. Had that to the ADM, to a didn't they lie chulo. Had that to the deputy minister's infrastructure, 2020 guy kuga. hat Dëne Sůłıné Yatıé Lutritan. Hat Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé 37 years, the Quanans and Nasi. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure say contact with Santa no only no bahud no only say big eatlia that it's in silo Mr. Ludet I choose allo. Could you say that the health with up into members of Team Milgalos Nalin no hot hanging law.
These were not direct reports, not even close. They were not staff that I believe he knew very well.
At Antanagatalan Nasilted, Mr. Ludet Hatilo. A sit at our DNA.
Not only did he take time out of the day,
At
time and additional effort to ensure supports.
at Uayuntanet at the Lesio, you had it at Egalana loaded.
It's come back to us, Mr. Speaker.
At Mr. Speaker, say doing as on the little iron behel another in Lessie. A sinner chile lat eulin and the Becurnia to it arrange Q to it up at the minister see. At last entered that was Sigalo dance near Sinner Chathik Egalata last and Egalata had Eliha allo. Had that it administers Arati see, Mr. Speaker see, Dr. Guy Egalai Nako, to Mr. Ludet see. A tweet at the it's in the other Kenazongala Nalo.
What's going on throughout the entire huge, diverse Department of Infrastructure. But he has also shown me that sometimes the most confident thing that a leader can do
At that with Uncle Ted, I do Catalana, Sinazongalanare. Mr. Speaker, had a mercy serious into it, Mr. Ludet, to you, I copy in a lot, Arta had a lot on dressing and latte la, had a lot. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mercy, Yellowknife South. Member Statement. Frame Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had City House Service Editor item number 6 visitors in the gallery lot. Number 4 then. Frame Lake. Had that dinner occur. Had that do John Hong Kong no Hong Kong that is such a coincidence. A hell doing it. Frame Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that shot the Nasantas law. Had that on to Joy Simulity Jana Cathetare. Therapy dog kit Julieta. Do it Joanne Chakara yet asking has near the low do it asking, but at the Carl in see at ear. Do it as CEO Brent Fowler, Samantha Roddick, Director of Community Services, St. John's Ambulance, Patricia Johnson, Regional Chair, Manitoba, Northwest Territory, Shirubata. Had a mercy Helen no listeners in Jayo Nagano Dilse. To another will it. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, seat A. Do the Canadian Space Agency, Seja. Aaron Burrell. The Sharp Bear Clock Strategy A. Ted set up YK Chief. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To another will it. Recognition visitors in the gallery. Yellowknife Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At a Yellowknife South to it at the say to it as Steve Luder Gansati Lohat at it at Sihanlene, you say a kick and kid at the host innocent. Mr. Steve Ludet Infrastructure out at do not add a lot on to it think and log I think that's that has mercy no listeners and case it zera do it no pagalai nasi Doing Deputy Minister Lin Leo, Commissioner Lin Leo, akase.
Lucky rabbit's foot. But the only fault I'll finish I find with Mr. Ludet is, and I'm darn well going to say this, Dallas is a terrible team.
Na Dallas na zone sateri la Green Bay Recognition visitors in the gallery in the Victorian Lakes. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, sit had at a page in the Elena Spachi rate, don't record Kano Halagalana. Deputy Minister, they see the just thought that St. John Ambulance Halagalana Mercy. Mercy, member New Victorian Lane, Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, seat a former head said I'll see John Dawsey, Mercy listeners. Yeah, you sit in there at and the YKDF and Halagalai Naku at that don't think at Jafitalo at Assets apart a terror task of Mercy. Recognition visitors in the gallery, Yolnef North. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. William Danyase, Executive Director, NWT Medical Association. Dote Janokata said, nothing there, page in the Yolnef North, see. Each weekend, they sell me young. Willie Mack School, say, had a Mercy listeners in China, Halagalai Notre Tarka. Yolnef North. Any Public. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, had that nothing there, Sequil John Halagala Nazis and then Caden, right? William Jellama, don't read our Kano Halaga, say Mercy, listen, and Atlanta Chassis, Mr. Ludet is it, but Halagalai 9 in letter. And okay, say, Eric, I know Hilliat Unezo, Tagata now, the Kenazuno Palimashi, Mercy. The Yolnef Center sits in it, Mr. Ludet Mercy, Kenazona. Mercy, and Nivik Budlik Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, sit the Mercy listeners in. To Deputy Minister Steve Ludet. To it Ayun Law Health Notes in its Athena Department Gaya. To work Lunedo Ayla Egalai Nasi. It's in a tweet and not there, like that say, and what other Catalana tweet on the assembly like that is here to the cockpit and only so at that earth is his in Member Satu Mufi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could take on the zone of Connie till Renaissance and notes internet about John Tilt at other case in Yaha. Had that with a cocky done down and say, didn't shot that is a hunt other cannas on other Catalana. Do it like to say, didn't harp a cat I ask you that in your cat, your key chulo. Had a hoop out in the key who Nelia had a cut. At and on the zone of Pagatala case at the Mercy listeners and you say, had at on the Ion and a song in her, I say, who pay a kill on that condelo. Had I said to the Mercy listeners internet so serious, yeah.
I all Nazi to be astronaut who you see how you have. Oh, you go shall I say Yakia? Had done the Hayonta with easy. The Hayonta and Bala Nazi. The Central Ambulance and the Nita see message on easy. Steve Ludo. I heard a lot of no hour Hayon and on easy on must never seriously. Being a US and then Kaya. 都只要实在啲係啦，就再看，真正實在啲係咯，當時不再看啦。就喺度攞轉意思喺度細啲先，那個咧那不好按啦乜事，實在咯，見到咗no那攞啲啲，啲講咧乜事。Member from Grace Leaf. City City must see hit seriously way to kind of this Johnny Jow. City Steve Lule must see hit seriously. Are you pay hell really not really? Are you deputy minister see to allow his shoots and حتى تسألني نريك رجاله حتى سيبين جابر أصلا سيقول له مسي ماكنزي دلتا مسي مت سبيكر تيري تستار سي فرق مرسلين ذولي مسي لسيوسي Are you senior administrative officer Lino? Are you hiring like a فرق person? I Mr. Lude see I thought in a bali nasi. Must see Mr. Speaker. Yellow South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm busy day like today. I'm afraid I might be missing you.
Had to do it easy. Then found it there. John Chris quick go to see John no this easy. Amitabha little cross touch. Must see John the hello no see. At least in a cottage Tuesday, that is a quick. Cam Lake. Must see must Terry Baba I tell it Terry. You said any must see his serious yo. Could you Terry Chester see John Aldra? Steve Lule must see his serious John now. Are you GWT last night, lo? Department of Transportation. Had that dear Mr. Lule Behela all in Nile. Had that the way some cast as a testing was cannot to Satesi in Manasti. Dëne Willie there. Must see Mr. Speaker. Could you Lina Jerry Cano says Keno? Could you sit on boss now? Sit there to Dino to Dinino Con to Tokyo? Taylor Bacaro Sela Nasi, you must see this in Lana Chatsi. Could you sit any that easy? Must see Billisons, you. Are you Mero Sambro Joe's level tennis straight Gizo? Are you no Tina Dibber nearly Lebasi? Steve Lule, Terry Tester, you must see the seriously. Sabacha. Let's see, Mr. Speaker. Steve Lule see must see his serious in. So I think I ought to hear all see her. Hey, River North. Quid on this is a get us out of it is a get car. Do you can't keep the nose on the try $80? Are you better out and don't you see, but I get our young cocky to the there's only there. Could you Troy Aikman see the public infrastructure? Steve Ludido. Are you last Cido, on the chart Cido? Are you had on the hill on the scene zone? Are you had to get our new to help on the sea? Hata tu corner the fence te ga te hela ga nasi masiri te ha alo. Deputy Minister Mr. Louis masti ni sense. Aye sa ne zon sai te le. Hata tu la len te sio ta masti ni sense in sa te na ba na. Mr. Testa si masti hela yo. Aye ta te ni le la be la gas na si cha sa ne ke la government ha. Be ja khol na ko. Merging case on the masti sense yo. Aye te khaki te ni si. Te khaki te dal ni si. Quand il est ici, il a lâché, il a utilisé encore. Machine de science. Aïe, nous disons, il est de machine de science, j'ai tout utilisé. Aïe, ça le lit à toi, il a dit, ici, nous n'avons pas les gens là. Attends, tu es sur la case de cuite, ah.
Thank you, colleagues. Motions. Member from Dëne Center.
Yellowknife Center. Kujan to our policy C 1980 school to the affirmative action policy C there. Had that to the sense of Nanek Ayat and Sunkinar Apa. Kujan to the affirmative office policy C long term committee to the thought in Papa. Kutu the policy only Lenny Seal to it on Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé hat it Tennessee Papa. Had that to the policy C. To net een haar lo to kutene son thing har also to unlock it is you to a committee so but as in ha lo hat to indigenous employment policy see la cha to the something har apa hat to a public seat and in low hat to the center to a government say to the employment policy halagalata I tene yunes in lo on lo. Here there kesu tagara you and any then there. Hat CC to the Sizibicanis outer range lake hot at the legislative seat to the government of Northwest Territory seat. Quit the at it as then something by indigenous policy see at the quit the no. Had the affirmative action policy held to a lo cut this at the sense of Ayaten Papa. It's in Minister of Finance to the standing committee to see a seat Donald Yara to the government at the sense of Nanek Ayat to that policy at Nalieha at Donald Yeha. Had but at the sense of Nanek Ayasi to the government senator and had a look to that national Harald out a coil to it on so when I lo had it not this you could to the government of Northwest Territory State in it to our motion say 120 days take a gala now our mercy. Yellowknife Center. Had that to our motion Halne Yellowknife Center there. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had I say Bananister in that at the thought of our policy, quite the Nagalia onto the hiring like at the net and I heard that. Cook on the thought say to the committee Hatilo. To the in camera gay on 9th kill. Had that with the Natanya key at an 9 low. It's an high key see. Had that with our Donald Yase. Had at that territorial to that Utana North is what policy law is. Mr. Speaker, you Bantanada had at all see policy at Leno the day I you tentayanet tentanet on the ants now had only had chalelo but ahuni lara. Ko had chalelo a chot elo to it at the net song. You're not a catcher. Had Mr. Speaker. Had that don't that policy lawsuit to the minister government so to it law. Could the sense on an kayanik any yada? Then a something that lin letter. A pitun kana courier nick any yards in one kina. Okala sage on in tao a pituk is not on a hell nother the law. Had to literate then I can't out at the secret law. Had to that old policy a saying then say ha near the law. Good the sense on Nanek Ayah say then not they say. To it are you panel case to the indigenous people then something the say to it at then something is I you then out car. Could you see Sylvia on law? Could it a honey lot as say to the sense on Nanek Ayah then a beneath on lot a little bit I love a helmet on a lot there. Had added a policy Ayah. Had added a night and a something as Kedwat or Catalanado in a only law. Had added that at a policy, see. A ketagara to that, but I had in lay to at a law. Coy bananas it there a cabinet hello. Hat the government say to the guard Dëne Sųłıné lag etelt ille heiti lelo 50% ka ons nilo. Hat uli eri lelo. Kusien nene seno to the honi la se. Tlanil sin hat to the hulkagaro. To the hanigaro kon. Hat lit ok alle se to the yakikani karabul atorilla. Ku a ke dweud a bet a se e dweud a ya ke neve se e hule lo. Sat o a dweud a tena pauni la se kortai a kotene. Ku dweud o ha se honi dana a relo dweud at o galata dweud se dweud a se kulit is kwan lit lafet lukanis anslat e lo to. Ku de IEP program se. At uli dweud at uia ke la se kene zonenet e ande lo dweud at Dëne Sųłıné har au kon den uli det etar de ang sidi bet etar snere dweud a program stalni se gang. Hat dweud a premier and cabinet sulit et elutini de dat o henne a jetsen e bet etar sni halo I hada. Kujan Canada e yada Nova Scotia in kon BC zena kon. Hat dweud a policy go de si helagalata si sapane zonde la. Dweud a GNWTC a national papahuni lau. Discussion sint ont essayer. Airban senate dweud a government at it. Legal issues sending by the law. Legal issues sint dweud alasi policy hel kudregan si sapasi sapat us kaile. The content the Ghanaian ki coins kon kudur Dëne Janya by hell nathro. 80% curry ha on the low. Had at the clara at last natural curry on. Could the sense on the neck ayase mercy honey then no nani then. No get sit in upon a zone, no get then upon a zone low. Had at the capet or I say to the Asia kina chilla zulita at the neck ayas and in and upon answer. Could the affirmative action plan another day a say to the generations lot eluto. Could betelia natlina a betahoni latonatli hello. Could a year less it a panel kida had that with anaski say to that sampak eta la say then that betsatas kill.
Fantastic. They go, so if
Could GNWT do yake tuna lere the economic agreement to ha you to lot at. GNWT but as well couldn't no pan as well. Do you ask easy to his and that or but the Suzuki yake asere. Ha you in a government ball nor is no something ya. Then a tanker shahar like ya. Do GNWT bottle nor in it. Could you GNWT? Do you have to tell about see a year of Bulle and the Latelo? What tea? Night in about dollars will have to utterly not see. At that time, that you and the zone how to Lanitale Haitilo. Could the federal government class into it and something about the SQ? Then something the government city had a lot. Could you yakini yo to had to small thing but we please do the government about and is only had to the GNWT or you had to find the Kuldo GNWT hill. Tada Hulker at the had to eat a lot. Could you, Mr. Speaker, do you ask you to hire the Julio? How you hiring the house and John Tanning? Sash Harbor Tiduti. A ye la her nearly $100 cheese again. Nuni the Orba Baatali tell Lohat Ere, Papa on Yerzalo. Could you be la Hato la Hall Seha to be mandate? Do you have to kiss Conat the Deot and Halakano Hato and Hayut and Paha? Canada, who need la latte, do that Alaski say, the Kiss Home, to you then a paha asio. A ye don't even a kilo, don't bonitilla. A ye sat or see kono kasi ko the honey carrot on the zone you saw. Do you see neither of the Nakisi? Are you telling us about her nildo? How you catch out in a secretary near the P2 candidates in his note? I usually tell us something the heart a lot, but that you. I that out in a battle in a soda, but the chala. Do you have to see Kidati? I did a haunt and a cottage already had to need in Helicoa. Then a haunt GWT bottle, see the church, Tayaki, I could GWT bottle now. Could it on a papa, second and see behind cat also no. I had to the kid night and a Bastillo had to be a kissy tit a latella. Could the committee get that easy? The college committee are you at there? Do you public yellow? Government proposal, government of Papa Nasi, Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, a sea Bastilia height yet also no. Night and a whole Bettina at anything, had to send anything low. Because it did easy, had to send anything. Kusi da sasira belusnisi, John. Nous ne comme l'église du Silia Torila. Qui prend les décisions de la physique ici. Aïta ce qu'est ici, Hatio. Aïta mon sensi honey de sino de Helsinki de Tabachaziti. Aïta Suzuki antidat or has heart out in a ball, no, she charged on Kaya. Aïta you never hat or near the Har either. Pato Bachazitello. But just not low. Must see Mr. Speaker. Member from Rangeley. Could you in Yukon? You can't in see. I Jasi John no Basi no Bahun Yelile. P2 nel di sai sono di Konaga Kusen di Zanen che ya Kusen sanatelo già ai tante sankamen batale now hatoi di lata konsi batale so Kuti ora graduate già ora Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé in the Hukala. Do you corner guy could to be Kishinati, but the Yatori, do not annilato, the hot or latte cono, the dot otani then sees on a talent in a the last year the law. Could the tax reduction or you last year? I didn't see the Hatanite seat, Hatanite, Tatalitasi, Burnilla, the Osburnilla. Do you corner Raiku? Do you the nucleus seat, Tato the nucleus in the Zochula? Could the public service report see? Do you ask to a lady? Are you said ya? Could the permanent staff standing committee thank you? I had the Barakasi, the policy call. The policy all one city doing it in Atelo. Koi Yakidat in any who, but they see he chula there. I knew in Hogashan. Hat oil to it in a hat or your tear thought in a Sòłıné Yatıé in a to be non in upon his own hat oil the talent in the Tanizan. Do you have to transform in a uniquely on La Coli has said on Du vet, dort eller sige, de har det den bag. De policy grossi har du i kunne de sige, at du når jeg sin nøgen, den var stille. Har det, at du vil bare ikke, det siger, at der ikke kunne have dog sin ud til de lå. Kunne de, den er bare der, jeg kan sige, de har altid til lå, de siger, at du når jeg siger. De policy siger, at du, den hel har du, den der kiv, og jeg sætter ind i hat, de læser et her. Jeg er center. Og jeg har du meget dit aller. Hvor den sådan tjener government siger, jeg har det det. Det vil han jeg stjæle. Kunne de people in the church, de har jo set at du lidt også så easy. De public source bare lidt også. Kunne de jeg framework sige, det den hel har de set, de nej den er bare natilo. Og jeg den er anden den det. Could you secure you policy the Chelsea hat the unique easy the policy is bare on the P1 P2 banana tania and lila. Do you know the bare and the day? It's on in a city in Tedai and the government Babaltala. Do we la Banzio, the Nihar Yaki, Chatosan, the Benenkea. I can't see any kissy racing right into it. Last seen neither the Lobane kissy, the Yaganity P2s. They are used to the knee catch, although the P2s are not Kinu. Could you read the hind lots and not this easy with Tanikea? How you want to how you want to cello a sala? Could you with him? Benita to asi to because channel to United Batal Sula hat we get to you it says it here all the policies hat to because this are hat the P2 betiale to tiro la banat area yale to standing community the tak here on public engagement hat to Solona who then thateki then found drink is it the stakeholders and physical groups are Iraqis as Chilo, the leaders what at the Panil see. Could you see to get our Tilo to say to know Yossi? Could you assassinate the city P1s, but yo, I think to get our Tilo to know Yaha. The burn the to see. Had that you know, had you seen on the hussars? Could you be bullying it? There were no soldiers and there were public service all in the Sati will either catch at you little. I eat the public service ball now, see, but such in the zone be new. Papa, who nearly knew had all it to be la Conilella. Bitte nie raus als in der hat auch die policy hart you. Dann ich kann ja die bezahlt das die wird dann hat aber so du lehrer ja das auch bezahlt mit alle easy hat auch nicht denn lo bitte ja hat nicht denn le koई tam ko kisi ne kisi no ai da to yakini ta si denn das ai ra ba ne te lo could you GWT in a ball my let's see public service all my like corner this one like it's a manager helila do it in something government no take key I didn't you do we not tell secret as handle do that to the case you had there could see managers in this caucus see an really cool class human resources that cute as it's easy I didn't use unless it's a priority one. I had to Yakisant and Lowe's. I bought in a manager, see, it has a deal. Could do that with the weekly see the department. I human resources te no tile le ko. Ko I te kene zo be nadro le hat te se la be niklo. Ko I ke ta ora sin renew te hat o te la khonha. La ke ya. Ko te Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé te ne zoile frontline te hat o atam na se. Hat o te ne zon dolo ta ni tel ha ta la le zon khonha. Te jinta be ti te ba na si te huta ta ile le. Te han ni si. Te policy are ka le la. Te hat o ta to na le se han ni te na ti lo te hat o ki se sin si ha. I seen that they had what the company can go chance le ha. Had we to be policy also. Not just the lotia. Had we bagar to tell you bagar out the policy. Could be at this one says kill the policy in his own similar. Jahan Sane Desi Janke ya in a Palao. Thought and Janet Janke ya could the policy see. But as the kids cannot on your alone. On said on Sunday days it didn't tell a yakini allo. I cut in a conolian and something a lian easy let her. Queen I didn't John Sunday they see it we had to easy like the southern Canada easy. I had to her earlier. Could the policy go holding seat and weekly see Becali or Tassi in Solino that the Yakini yellow bucket or Tilo. Could you that Elgar Jaloja that the Jinta be eaten about a sinut allutia, hot or Tanaka yacht and Tenelilla? Do you have the politics health center let you know that has not see how you never often? Could John Taylor Jonathan Sampa Laudilia Jonathan Gaya? Had that the policy go hold you see large on it there to the son dollar no bar. Could the ginger be tea the hat or the ball now either hat or last two either do I yell? Do you have to the dirt a low hat in a bar? Could you that what in a bata you see to morals ni see in that what in see penino $3 to policy beta? Could you class seat or her need a seat in a bar? That all ya see her? Could you sit any hat dealer? Do you have to tell how your name takes or little the Panakinico? The battle and our constituents, the committee members, but they're not clear. Could the not the minister who could the brought his the policy ha? No, standing committee had the minister he is the affirmative action have. Had all the committee held all in the Had all the premier, but the policy then all the hits at the
calls for. It was only after all of these actions and a public flogging in the media that the
Hat edit a ministry policy in unloaded at Dëne Sųłıné and is a civil cook to a committee seat in the Pesitutiu on to the government nase. Hat edit a minister Kenizonias and unloaded a committee so kui consensus government at illa. Hat edit at got the Galata on the zone Galata labor in the law. Hat edit at o policy the key had law about Paket Anida. Ku to da at one aliada to the policy hat only to it at the Nesamba Panazun aliad Nezula Jada year. The JWTC to the mandate Gayalo. Hat SEC a year hat out and a par galas na had seen the law. Chinese in town it and hat there to the campaign treaty code la janitela. Tla thought at the energy policy so Silurita se thought on 8 say to it and Elizabeth Anner Nila what it is and then it's a Nanagayat and at the Sipa. Had I to tin Sitilo to that hanen sin than lot with an helgalta sin is on the la. Had after that uya care theo. Had after that then a papanes on Siri Konagai answer had ogalatanes on the hat only te sin it's a nenek ayase to it ata. Then a son then it's a nenek ayase papa I care said her ante. Kuye say I am para kasi that you want Sicilia on the law. Hat after the sin it's a the Sanan Kayatri that when I test in no Pahunila say I import anything canal to. Go to that public service by Helagalai Nasi that elo. Go to that and at tenan zongatala nara a keso besits utia on low. Go to it and MLA to that policy holding Lenese Petion Canots at the law. To the consensus government and within that there as a root on. Hot at it a motion and dark nilo. Hot at later that then a son sin tenos and it up in suit. The motion picketer new on. To the motion. What it? Mofi. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you're this is theater. At it on it's in it at DC. This are at it and that's how you're not there. Hot as and is no to the indigenous employment policy alliance to it at the nation since already had it since on an AR. Could the minister at the low 56% in the low percent to it at the log at the issue. A high deal to the P2 howl car, bullish chagala nasi. Mr. Speaker, had as it to it at honest to the P2C, John higher la chona deal. Couldn't be thick, you at the ballot in say. It wasn't bed a lot I couldn't have a low. Had at the Kenneth on the list corner hate the how. Could you rest a egg do it at teacher standing Lennis and Washington and a AR. In Sabas can say, Dëne Sųłıné word is quite not there. A bullshit and hate their look in his own animal canabayas. Hat a hule, do it at the Nesson Harold or sit and a gold say, Umpers can downly say. Could you say you had to bet a deal low? Had you had all that and it's 80 sinners on the you hiring like a at the not they say, could you and a quarter down and say, didn't say, don't it around the corner had a on 6 elk and not there jallow to 90s, you know, to set what I say. Had that don't slurs a year. Had at it at the Napaponi law sit and its interest new at the Napasu whose slurs in. Had at it at the Nasun Hall unlock at this ECO. To the same as a nanka. Hot at the ha. Hot at it the motion but interest ni hala. Member from Mofi. Must say. To the motion. To another willida. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, seat the Sapahoni Laraja. To the JNWT affirmative action policies on earth. Ku none of what ku air behel but galita ku air ku air to Selyani Lenny ha but the sense on then ayans and P1, P2, P3 Lucalo. Ku situate our nanister say ku ha deal to the Canada air yaki sinko. Si set ak eslachada a hat or yaki halin situate cabinet air. Hat as it John's out there down and say hiring like a then but a berry caro but I'll kill. Didn't on running tesi hat dilo tlat a hacha hay dilo high dilo to the Aboriginal higher street at the southern Canada snilo. Go to that in the soon since the great education but in connect in the quants and recreational didn't that tell Lamont could do it a hiring like then do it on cool hiring like another say a would Lara Kerhayada had a banana third a year. Could it on a yen low do it on a year de lo. Good at the Sunsin Harrell, I'll say that loud, but not is that 8 honor. Had I said the motions interest near the la. Had I do that, we are keeping yes at la how, did all the policy had the Sunsin part. Then I can't say, did a GANWT the affirmative action not care the policy. Had I don't corner guy on saying that so much art, but I need la was on hot or but I didn't see Aniston. Going on it in Lelilo. Good at the National Law Curl. A suited because other no do law. Do it at O policy lagar a yat elo, but had ek art a halas 19th Assembly Surgery Committee if they thought away valley I want in a country mafia the sell that in low sell that out. Cabinet Minister said they didn't the committee get that out. Notes internet it all out at Oya Kidney law say. At WTK at the policies nearly on WTK nada. Could only on to a motion channel nichus it. Sick a banana started. Hayons and sets in the kill. Go to the patient alas and not kill listen of sled dorilla. Assumed at the patient alas that and cabinet in Yale. Could the policy seek a choose that a lot? Could to the affirmative action policy I said to the corner guy answers in the honorable like the honey the not to the policy goal that say help in Lenniston. Corner guy could get a corner hands I want to tell a high on to have the other low. Had that to the thought no not on little to Banayalki, had only cabinet hanging like the sense on an AR to the groups of call, the sense on an AR unit is not a little not. No name situate at Erenoya kitty, I had that with our policy say, with our Minister of Finance needs to say, a bit interesting. Do it out there only sit and something I'll say that they had at the law. Cabinet in Nathaniel law. Had that don't we think and to most of the Thursday. Silja had Torilla. Had only at Julia. Do Johnny Yow. Then is by Galasna Johnny Yows, it's a region the sense on Nanakayats. Totino Yakirit, a lot eleluto. Had attitude a cabinet not lean, Totino and no by your kill, said the sense on Nanakayat at Utan upon his own, then sit in our Carlo. Had anything out on the policy to it at the National Pahalni say in la, but I lost honey lato had. The committee ain't you to an extent or as card isn't it not at this. It on to a policy as I don't a lot of chance in sit, but then Yala Jalo can't yell in low. Had early to it sets and the test is here. Nitsiapic as on kiss at also kiss had said. Had early to us as can best can on Lannister had a hat to policy in the best canoe. Thank aha. Had added at the National work out there done or the National to GNWT Lagala had ordered, but not is a Elenda. Had a single to the oversight committee, see independent hat is an its end to it at the gunner car to the Lara Curl in let's to that the egg or curl you had the appeals nilo. Had added a committee, say a la hilsianda. La Netson Hilsin Lenniston your cool committee guy. Had I don't care about Lannister door, I don't think I on it, they'll say to Banayal kilo. Good way you had to Hachara. Did I own high La Hilsin see committee at Lana, a sick La Jalo. Mr. Speaker. The presenters know. See, that's the constituency, but Papa Nezunla, Azunla, Kane Carter government Aya. Had don't hut honest. Had the sense on the Aya, then Tarils on it, and it's Atlantic and too. Do it on it, they see Jaya kills in the Abia Kika kills here on Jainse. Had only to General Carhulas, I know John to General Carlo had China had open it look it notes at the Lucha policy. Had Mr. Speaker. The visitors know. Sit on ten balas na sipa. You'll nef north. Mr. Speaker. Had with a firm of policy sibets enters ni had illa. Had with at the Nations in her Allah edelt esiba policy situ illa. Mr. Speaker, could it a mission to Atlanta, but interest necessity to affirmative policy or indigenous policy going to Tibet, there's no less instance. Don't do it as CILKC, but Erila by Elkija. Could you see Harati indigenous employment policy, see on the Natayan in Dëne law? Had that do it Atlanta and Hatti law. Had to this alliance in law. Flat air. Don't affirmative action say policy at that. Had edward at the Nason Pahar as Nilo. Could do it at one aliada, do it a Bilgea, but our Nila had a. Could the sense on Nenegay at the Nate say. A policy at the corner guy answering a latalo. Could you see Celia letter? Do that or that netness on it till nothing. Had edward I say to the answer. Do it a government's policy authority, but Behelgalatalo. It's a do it at the Nason to it up upon it last say it upon its intentionally low. Had edward at Uten and Nason Latau Conalisit and her. Could do it at a high like a to it is continuous, it little bit at our pet's authority her. Could do it on it is continuous in the zone a low. Could do it an a mental health though. Do it had addiction treatment so yo. Go to it at the Nason too. Do it a group so you did a GWT and the North East law a but Abba Huni Lalat Elo a alter on Ilgia Hatoa.
I want to talk about more flexible.
Could you GWT at all tossed the mental health, the tato ketosetio? Do you have to see us cute in city GWT and upon the zone is not tell how to see a dirt elo hat at ha. Could you make he see to it and you had to see not kill a high like a yasi, a uni behel who car allo. Could you have to la curd? Could the small teen see to it GWT battle in the corner? Government you're in Dolly. Could you read the small seat in the harbor and government battle in the harbor? Yeah. Had that GWTC, you seek on a car, do that what the other and say you die your tenant allo. Could you constituency the Saturday kizzy to a nice ten about $100, but then you tell in Atalaha, I at least cannot say. I la no nilo, I is the Nisi the kilo. Hot only. Do we say yeah, I let the policy bar? Could the motion on see to support on the affirmative action policy tonight? The National Senior Business policy hot way burst in there. Hot that do we see motion because his kid had a messy. Great sleeve. Could you sit any yellow and not hot easy? You didn't see the Honeyson there. You had to then hurt in Lutilo to the small thing about Yakinita Lutilate. Kui tat o hite si hat o hite si tat e si hate. Kui te ta ka hasi leni. Kui se tseni mafu itsen. Ko ala. Nezwati. Sa kui ba yakini lelo. Hat o kis kona te si. Ai panatia ai. Ai tena basi hulia a de kis ko de it ai kene telsi o hatelo. Could you sit transforming in si de IAP si ni tela I bekatros niela. Kui si hasius isi. Dia you get all de si niela elo de tena ba yakini yelsi. Ai ta tena la konda. Ai hat o lata ta konzio die affirmative action ai kegal na style hat o hatala. Hat at the IAP to your hatilo. Do we tell Atal Nasi the father Lata Consi? Hat we who called the Tilo, do we saw that they see her? I had editida yetila. Could the minister Bene Kilesi to Hassino Betten? I do it in constituents heart Tilo. The Lanu Nilo Tilo to be policy better. Do we affirmative action see the April 1 bunny there? Do we uniquely see it on Dutch Elohat Etenaha? Do you affirmative action in the hot way brought on with it and not a kitcha? A year ten about as soon as any similar to that was sitting in the sea that was uniquely so. Could tell about Asi Hatton. A year had what the Hendayaki in Loti Tatani then see. Do we la Hasha? La Asia toilet la. I minister bondest on it on your ball, Nasi bondest on. Had that to stakeholder city, Behilakati Tati la Asiha. Had to a to say to gentility senior the store equity, extra equity, see, but not here. Could the policies that is here a topic at all? Could you January Kuga, you're the head killer? Are you united in a certain easy? Are you set any silly you? Are you doing no hustlers in? Are you equity law in see bundle do hitilo? Could you but I tell to that we see the cote detail get on the hat was assassin of Paolo. Bruni Kizzy. I heard that Elat Elo did Sasa Azi. To be surrender see I eat at essay history are. I eat it in Papanua Alo did that what Hanisi. Could see that we ask Kissy since it's all in Sono. Do that was Akio, but Akio. I had to space a share a lot in a bar. Take a correct, you had to be connected at the you had to reach in there. Had the indigenous foreign policy didn't know secret, didn't hardly could sit at this as it. Do you had only hated harvest in a civic near the TV? Remember from Grizzly Frame Lake. Let's see with the speaker. Do we have Anthony Internet? Do we thought or see no part? Do we make a really turret? The policy go the hill. Shall we catch a tilutilo? Could you eat in something about your killing that? Papa, your kill the tea. Could you tell the assembly at that table where they did public that they kill the firm action policy? I do not hear. Are you saying all year it's a could you done it and see who neither? Do we yakin is no low, the catch a yakinita and later? At o ketagar benuti ketagar net isi the Austin tola chalo the department. Koyit ana kilesi ayku. Ayi yana nur hati lo kane. Ayi rasida na parhuni lesi. Ayi Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé hat o atun ele khora. Ayi dat o siba parhuni lesi. Ne ni tel hat the government hel. The lata khonzi o ten halang khano kis khon mafi te hati lo. Ayi ambni sene kheta tisi kheta gara. The reason that el the hat o ten kis khona tisi ta gara ten halang khanat ele. Hatta the lato Brasilia had to be lucky. Good indigenous foreign policy ayi dat telo. Ayi committee anate Q minister to hinkizo. Ayi hala minister to hinkizo sino letter. The son baneki harit in detail. Ayi the sini in harit on. Ayi sa committee hati lo. Could the policy go hard in Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé? To recall seen it in the Christians of Yakini Yawe to recall on it in. To get out the parliament senior not the Kiko. Could the policy go hell? To you bar cost handle the Sylvia. Could you young like no hati look on in the zone Yaki? Could you sassy committee early now? Had that committee to be minister drink iso to see Brown has a tilo Bacala Totten. I got committee with and cause a tilo. I don't say not the heli tilo. Hat o Yaki handled all ya. Hatchin Solona cool hat o the drink is the public. The you see catch on not a kilo. The dot policies need on see hat o. Could you at least call out the desert and country? I said you looked at the policy health. Do we tell about her Nilo at the hut or do we lot in Conrad? Do we have to be in Rada? I told lot of chart on a big altar. Could minister, I need to who had you know. I staff hate you, I hate you to a small last handle because altar. Do we cruise nice but the yellow the policy called Holly Hill? Keeping your stitch will listen, let the cut and the bagal to be policy city corner answer the law. Let the minister cut and do committee hill around the law. Do you have to have you Yakirani, you the policy hello? I see it do not yell at the Hayu Andy, the Hatos on the week. Hat in sent in a parhum nil do at all. Could the policy that I see her? The Hayu Sicilia and let the policy go there. Could the minister to policy at Dona line there? Could the dot or see Alta see in here? Do you have to Dëne Sųłıné about La Haseha? See, Annie said, are you golden as when you send that? Are you then this is something in the ha? Hat ooit al Sųłıné so you have on the Yasi? Could you read the Yakini Yasi? Are you net in the deal? Do you policy or? Could you minister hat deal? Are you alone DC? Hat o ben stil do dila. Tata tu sin elit ala te hayuta sisa dia si pasati ulila. Kuti witan hana kansi para kala chalo. Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé kat inu hatelo. Effect elo tiele. Tu si nedet elo bekalta a. Hatta tu si nedet si bekalta ni tenis na kutendo. Kuti chair committee ni city minister Turk izo. Tu motion si bekatras niele. The cabinet behel. Ayet asinsi the cabinet behel ali tarit and the sisi yerit ya. Ay cabinet betwik izo ay hangle helitilo. Ay ministers committee thank you. The working group has seen to the begali tahat of hel neritilha. Ay nazoni sinla. Ay hasla rest and begalas na resi. The Osasi because is it Nietzsche to has Kolenia. The that was a quiver upon his oila. I don't Bogalas Nasi neighbor Tanas on Hansenda. There is a quiver at Tilo where Tanika Yahanakano, it long at least condemned to Hitilo. Could you reach out Tanika Lara credible Pala Allah? I was only sent out the minister self. I thought all that the secret Shanley had already the minister Lumbanaki, the Bonot Elila, the Lula Cha Adora, the Hatay, just a train that easy. Hatta say, I became nervous, you know. The Hatta never all yellow, the citizen, the committee hello, the Luna Baha, the Kenneth Yella. Could not say that easy, but sustain that policy also. Had that the Setting Hills not upon his own mercy.
Member from Nuvik Range Lake. Or New, so how would we try this? How about
Oh, but get Chelsea.
And Nuvik Budlik.
Progress.
Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat dasi clown I'll cat a little dog. Hat as it's a reading AI internet at I'll kill. Hat it is a Dëne say to Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé all. Do it up he Tuesday, Janitello. At the Banataya, Banail Kiloja. Had at it is quiet, it's Hatha, it's an line, not the Catalay now. Had it each on a hater and a low. Had Ulysses a pow. Do it at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, or say Papa. Could a policy a sale, a bagar, a galaitaha. Good don't to Konagai cook it's a ha. Do it at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, or say Behela galataha. A sick a galat nezonlat eleloto. A 100% anutheno. Do it a minister Behelba Nail Kill, April Carlo. Nor doesn't Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé ababa. Could Mr. Speaker do it at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé Atea on low? Do it Dëne Sųłıné Bapahuni la Helenestanat elo. Had at it at ut anet at the locket is in it in Gara. Hat assist about discrepancies with at the government is called out with at the something haral or thoughts and with at the something the government helagala nasi. Hat at a promotion what it. A year let den Johnny de Lord ulag at this ill than low. Kuyi see to it and a thaik egala now. Dwyd a policy ta garbe helagala ta lat elelo. At uli dwyd antenne dicht I lenni se. Mr. Speaker, eid a silje ha amer se. Hat dwyd a policy gwaith ha ille hat oilo. Hat dwyd silje a policy il si se. Hat dwyd a minister seated a working group at the natanul yabag egalota itilo. Hat uli dwyd a policy ha gargalai ta se ato ansin e doon e li ha en e zon li hat en a pa. Hat dwyd doon li hat dwyd a policy goda de. A year let's end e ato sanal li hat dole lo ek ar hal a dori la. Dwyd at en e something har ag alte lag e sa desk iril en e dwyd a JWT hill. Hat dwyd at en e something har al dwyd lat o public service kaya gatala na li ha. Hat Mr. Speaker. Den lag e desk iril en e. Dwyd a nursing liw kon e dwyd yan liw kon. Dwyd auslenni den si. Ku dwyd hayuns en. Agency nurses wayunin liw. Hat uli dwyd a public service kaya si dwyd a dynagatalan na ril eda. At uli dwyd a policy goal si dwyd a government behela galay na galay ta ang sanay a. Kuyi si dwyd a policy deal si na e bagar galay ta ha ang delup de bagount ewe. Hat at uli dwyd a nezonlat elelo. Hat dwyd a yelnaf centred at the sewer range lake wayunt arati ayun priest ada hayun tist ada. Hat uli desen sa nanek ayot na something nil yeo an. Eita etuan li le niril inlo dwyd a minister. Mercy. Enuvik budlik. Satu. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat dwyd a policy on LKC. Nanet and a garl yalo. E kona gai kukets a policy in a kelasit e. A sea plant and dwyd a northern indigenous position sea plant at us in low. Kwate Unisi ha island is dwyd a regional superintendent notes in Lela. The one regional superintendent notes in low. E but a sea don't just at the Unisi don't elicit don't sense and bagarback or John Low. Had dwyd a kenes un galotari tera. Ku dwyd a policy halin en e zon halin en e zon da. Ayor de dwyd a hayun tentaril karo. Dwyd a policy in den apan e zon lo konda ha. Had Mr. Speaker the policy si. E bet hayun den apan tatar li lat seasonal ye hello. Had utwyd a tit ao baga. Tuit a public directi si. Ayun hat nil ilo. Hatak anitana nai harati lo kahten. Tuit at uya kinil yeo. Tuit atana pauni la siu sil yeha. Kuchan sinedite laite. Chanyisin bet ano pata kitata her kanlat elu. Tuit kenezon panay el kiha. Kusiti hanistana da. Hat et desen sananek ayasit adogalatasi et nuare wesatuk ayao. Ayila pansende aka kwanta lasi no nar. Hat urte ado government earthu tuit antenne sonsinet earthe seter landklem tunkas. It's uti au kucha hati locha. No ke chani tel eutunza. Ya kil silo tuit at isi tuit atenne chanini lasi bapa ya kil silo. Hada tuit a land claims chaos tuit at policy si territorial but and that. Hada si it ampabagas na si the bets and halni law. Hada tuit a review nanet ina a anti deal. Bootland Thomas it's any bootleg say hatilo. Hatate nul inilo. Hatatun seasonal ye hatohat atorila no paha. Hatulated a policy see a see that elahanes and harness iha. Hat ole to a canis nother kuda to a janet etese annual review all yard and it in a get last entry policy then upon a zone kondaha nul e. Kuiwa policy word no to the desk and not to the as they are choosing hello. Hat I want and now haja. Hat to it a revised policy say a prosta. Mercy touch in the hitter ha. Satu motion. Yolnef South. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Do it a policy say. But on the zone galata hal in that. Hat at it at illesiga. But to it on the zone. Plant as you but in pehela galatao. Hat at doing bananas in telo. Hat at it a policy aya. Do it on the Nepal in Sipik Uchanlo. Hat at it duty the garret the sense on an aya and the zone pehela galata Canada con ayao. Good to it at the nerd ACGNWT descends on an Kayagatao. At last in the heart there, do it at the next enter new Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé hot descends on an Kaya. Kunani do it at the Janate Seal GNWT at the looted on no science case. Hot at it at the National General on set. Do it at work on canal. Descends on an chaos. Nonitene a decision not at in law. Noniten Janin Telu hat Elenanik in Janik in Teluja. Canada Gaya. Good indigenous policy at say a sibet up and the zone and helagalata in the letter. Hat Mr. Speaker Sito Thapanael Kilo Zonja. Do it up assembly who neither say. Kunit a opposite the neither don't corner guys. Not at which a tilt is here Panael Kilo. Hat at a policy see political ni letter ha. Hat only horror ni let a little to your case. 2005 la halli lo our policy review all yeha kuata to Canada but a policy la si no it's a fight at lo hat advertisement ya lo la 2014 banodra banaya kututi baton sel ya lo ya ke great lo the burns honestly lo it's not the governmental eco neither but egalo tarik to tinit on the na don't you think that human resources so that utanahel se science la Kui se to se bana ke se a better on that elo to that Dëne Sųłıné her Allah etel ebenet isa hat that Dëne Sųłıné I said then NWT council leader to NDC secretariat the hiring log ayat then canaitilo the advisory committee hat the outreaches so the civil is at that queue Mr. Speaker, that standing committee in 19th Assembly seat, the high tilo thai on a thanks get to Human Resources Health. That ura that is it's on the gayat and then 30 lat ella. Kui treat our committee cadet ilo. Hat I don't treat it say, but I need the law to report soil ilo. Hat at in it in how you know that ura Kenneth on on his own. Hat at anok asi architect I know. Hat at unite to a public service kayao. To a public service on the isil ha andila sensel yet sit there island on elia. Hat Mr. Speaker. Don't got to Nakata like a little march like it. Had added us assembly call to standing committee call yaw at least the part Iso Mr. Duke Eckhart upon not curious and let it at the Hasni Hallo. Had added to that big policy galas say at this era. Hat only hat da und hat in Chordilla Jayese Hayon Sampanael case policy legislation no partido hat at osik egalata se hat erille to no ne ayon sense na sik egata later.
But we did go back as the department, I believe.
Could you asina kiziti policy the United States? Do you click at or see because it's a year in son of the dot of the Benikizo a year hat erille. Do you are seen yet that is it? Do you have to tell Hannah Khan? At least call the Hannah Khan. Do you have to tell a child the Hannah Khan or Yaku? Do you have to see the Burnley do hat only? I can't already have to tell that of the Mikisi, but they killed Salajato. Ko e behelu the inclusion framework the yakinilio the Dëne Sųłıné Hanal Kano the that was see hit chirtasi the human resource ke yase hayo to chara business era tu na ka ga ku zen the ka policy hat esono a yinset erila ai that data see that the human resource the public service has Allah. The Tamabali does a bulletin Allah. Had that indigenous point policy at all. The equity guard the law. The only the Benikis in Sano, the Hatten had or the Lada Conada. Could you do something in the leader to your hand and to your partner, the senior at all? Had that you get Korea, you hate the law, the youth in a sonic yacht in a basket, do you burn the lilo? Had to wait to treat obligation would say, you make rich all to that only it's easy at all. Had that you seen that how who call her law? Could you have you do something that they say? Are you behella betion ho behella ho Could you make on the public hearing now? You see the look at the standing committee. I had to yaki sakalat I the public service. Not public service at the end. Hatta to Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé who call. Do you have to occur the public service to know? Hatta the policy hits you with the read equity initiative a papa yellow. Could you found the town Sibits or Lille to say Yakali could say. I could be politicians with Lille who do it on Yasi. Government say 59.3% are child 2000 at 65.5% the public service are. 2007 the equity our Yakini Yasi. Darjara at 61.4% of the law. The senior management ha. The group at the 2000 had a the Dr. Begalita. The some Begalita Harit, the Hayu the catch a hello. The catch a sea but all the sea but 80 had told I thought the nuclear to check quick could you had what the labor force. Not that you don't know your country, no, this one log I couldn't. Had to wait to receive to Dëne Sųłıné cut in a condolina, Johnson, a yellow. Do you have to nuclear to be but all of the priority? Do we allow corner in the public service? 2024 to the other Nazi Dëne Sųłıné 12% in later. Are you done? Doesn't see 2% too? Could be out of see, but highly authority there is, but all the see or didn't so hard. Could you that authority see? Do you see how a daughter? The resources hello? Are you Dëne Balita say? Are you Dëne allow Cursi ha? Are you Bekaha Anila? Are you Kura? Law Kurda, are you La Nunitile, are you Lam Kura Dulla, are you Papaha Alo? Are you that was Sibitahal in Siha? Are you La Siatulda Hila Tolila? Couldn't you public service see to you? I thought in a Basisi Yaha Alo. Are you Smula on a Bikalta Alo? Are you kill get hit till a bit? I told you, do we not see catch a hold there? Do we not sit on a bahun to see? Bahatilo. Do we tell a tenant in a tesi how can the zone at Halo? Are you as hard lines or see you who call it? Are you totally tossed to us a whole yell? Could you not see it to know you? Do you have to tell the Sibyl Haldi City, the Sibyl Colonial Hateha? Do you have the kick all year, Johnson? Are you the senior who call or in a Yakim Conda? Ayi ta sikun yasi ti ya kyuha to hani la se tere ayi betar ara ayi de tere yellow. Hatta te se kubrik si sina. Ayi tena te si pa ya no ta sanen zo si ukai le hat oye chalen zo le chani tare ayi na pa la alo. Hatta te tena kola pa si uli ele te hato si ta tena ina si her tena. Tu get out to see it, you know. Tu es tout easy hat or si years out to be. Tu yaki affair. Tu denk te atan na si tu lan zo hit shirt sa hat oli. Dan la hana kara. Tu es son bagali ta hale tu den social government hello but that you tu we khasal ku hat or ten santa de kela. The Department of Finance the den social government do it asi but asi to prioritize ha. Do it on it in ha. Yeah, do not yeah the cabinet yes there. April 1st. Hat do the package the you see the do yasi. Could you relate must be the standing committee that water hey nasi government operations. Ayi betar the baneki si. The social baba yakini yo. Do you know zoni tiro ta the ekurio. Hato ya yo kisi hato ya kisi la. Do you sabatai te ha. Could you nasi hasisi. Ayi beko cha alo. Ayi betar te ha. Do we call a right and it ha to it in the tele. Do you have to put John Mr. Speaker, could you read about Nazi City writing to you then other than the public servants? Do you then want to talk about how we need to do? How do you read the Hasa needles at the residence? Do you bet he choose? Ayi no the tonic lately sit on Khasi do no possible see John. Do we see that the Lord Bacarota long corner in the Nunit a tonic lately see. Ayi that was secret Josie to Netio Tonic ya. No say don't you no could over your neighbors. What that in Santana tennis and love. I had to Papa see who Leon Papa. Are you not sure that that was not there? Had anything to other council, Jana Yasi, Beheli Taylor? Are you sure, Curlo? That had Janatio, that was secretary on Citadilo. Could she that was see this or see? Could you read GWTC that was the weekly city public service? Are you chwat, Edila? Are you Banitelini Denisilla? Si sado cha tane ke ya tin tin na te ha cha tin tilo cha ta na ha hat ya ira the policy the government office territory the cabinet no ayi na net ile la sa ta war net ile la sa tin nu the cabinet hello hat o te ya ke no kan ta si the machine silla hat ya te si tu no ya ile la do you know indigenous contacts though? Do we don't think the government had that the cabinet seat to be a motion on see must it. Young South to the motion. Question be called. Young Center. Must say, Mr. Speaker. Could you finance that DC on the Bekaki Thai Henry? Kui dat si thought and the emotion ut on it you yakit not all. Question is the party case atale now the most civic a hiki anla. I saw still that elo. Could you allow that TTC? Do you yakino all the premier not lo toila? The party politics really the ko. I question. Point of order in there. Mr. Speaker. Could you more than you get a kilo? To the party politics and you see the party gives all the Tahanilo. So Hannah said, the party gives all us now, the party system gives it, the Mr. Speaker. Young Center. Are you the party politics that you're seeing? Could you have not a key see I hate you, Lila. Could you premier see? I yes see the party the scene that I got in hat or not tell the scene. Do we get a horse? Yes, curious start or something. I eat anything, say, hey, honey, the Natorila, Mr. Speaker. Chinese. Do we call it that easy? Yeah. Do we yaki seat? Chinese. Chinese still tire, had was in a killer. Are you tell a sweetie? Sa Neritel can you need a zot or Neritel? Do you have to see can as well the horse in a kemasi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yolnef Center, mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had added our rulings in Janother. Good to it at a policy government see. To assign the members law to atten in the Haiti Jayze. Had at to say to Wayani Gao. That Uda. Yolnef Center. Mr. Speaker. Could your policy Janoka honest with a motion see had say hello. Had I get our house no to it affirmative action to no airless in a tutti hanging lila. Had added a lot to emotion as long as truth. Had added a primary the impact so to it but only last year not calculated. Equity groups down they say. Had added committee see none in do it at the slow down, have consultation in Nilo. You can't. Kui sits any harati little Dëne Sųłıné Hara on say Papa Nezon late little Kek the pearl car. Go back 2022 did our night case to Dini let a hat at don't emotional on our kid. Go to the agent height kiku housing lelo but our need lot of sino to education don't other lot don't other CTC AIUNG NWT but then got nor in the go to the affirmative action say to it but I said they you seen is on at the At only a to that obek at on sick a galatali see galatare looked at night as soon as not LC yeah. Had to it at night sit in line done a child night done a chilut upper catala. Had a don't in it a ha allo. Hat the government back out in the dile de et ille lo. Hat to ya king center. Ko to ya kinit ase to da ayun policy a sele se tisa kenezon on de lo hat ole to affirmative policy se. Desnets on nana ha. Hat to that welcome committee in the AIP program se no panazon si se le la. Ek sik egala talo. Kusi anasana da nazoi galai ta hatori la to that the sonsin hard al no tsani se tini harba ya ki gatala nar on adite on nani ten te in le hekdelo to the what committee with anachot notes at dialo. Hat to the last han hasea on to the what framework gates in hatilo to the committee but anachot zanilo. Mr. Speaker, to the policy affirmative action program CC but see on store jari la. Hat oli nanet ein ha alo. Hat just it's any siwasa tu hat de lo. Mr. Speaker, hat ya wa committee bet ano truth. To the minister hat de lo. To the equity policy any lo hat eda a year le si ganail kelo. At the sense on Nanik Ayasi to the Sultan Harl Asiu had only to it at the sense on Nens at Endilla. Kui had a CC to Papa policy to Tilu. Had a situ can I unit in by got Jalia alone. Kui had it to it at Sekui had a log at that is situated at government hill. San Just Nilo, Nizon at the nurse is. Could do the P2 betel yada, a but at the sense on Nenekayasi, a the necessity at the rilla. Had to literally that was see, had lost see at your see at one Hilo beta. Could Mr. 2005 had the 2014, a city is a hell another layer co. Could to handle St. Toilet. Hayun Tennessee, a long term northern nurse on a task kilo. Hat at Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé a yulit a anataske. Minister Speaker to the Finance Minister Hatilo nai lana chow nai tan chilo at the Sumbik Arbek Egalata Nilo. Hat at Orange Lake Hatilo mandate to Nilo Bagar Galatas at Ulnate la Hase. Could anatente illenise a tlat. Pananitherlo, to Taha electional lawyer, quoted a cabinet to it at the unis not Ogalata, sick Ekarat Galatara. Had at the tip apart or Ayaki had Hallelujah, Hayla. Had at a campaign yak Aoli Pansati lawyer co. Had abat at the notes olat elo. To it a P1 slang hat there. Had at asin no panazon le heitilo, son notes at tilo policy kaya. Had at la cabinet but anal to the tuna the day had a hat tilo. A year say to it la ya kini out of the New York kinalsi lenilo. Mr. Speaker, at that a year say to that Galatasi at Donalia. To it at the Sultan Harl Allah at this it. Kusi see to it at the sense on Nenekayat and Kaltisi, but there's no education, lots on Kado. Had at it at Oten, it's near Siat O. I can as on Galataris air. Had that the sense on Nenkayat and enters near that at the Sultan Harl Ion. Go a concert to Ayaki or Unil your kiss Nisula. Then at a letter to the back ends at the Finance Minister Cabinet Bekeni Telecom. Mr. Speaker, a chat sense on Nenkayat and Papanazuila. Finance Minister Papanazo, Cabinet Ministers de Batanazo, had as notes international in Harl Ase Pate Harelo. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. I want that. Had I done a case to to but at the niche or to a government say, not a committee say in the Hillary ill. Hat uda sagata laita honest matanitel amercy. Yelnef Center. Hat a Yelnef Center say to it up at Lukida Nilo you caught. Any then say, no she. Yelnef Center. Range Lake. Frame Lake. To nether willade. Inland then say, no she. And you vek bootleg. Mofway. Great Slave. Mackenzie Delta. Member Thapacha. Yelnef North. South. Cam Lake. Hay River North. Hay River South. And the Twin Lakes. Nunakput. Decho. Satu. Asiki the Lese. Yelnef North. At that the annual. Sa in le Asiki the Lo. Who that motion pagona. Who that feels and girl ow. 8 level slow motion. Hat at the cocky then girl idea mercy.
Young lady nurse. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Kun nurses who healthcare workers who did about Ata Nasi Johnson, then Kayat in a ha. Had neighbor her Nildo look at the Tota Nasi. Could you have Ata the Tasi, the workforce, the nurses, health workers, you. Had that the healthcare workers see the answer about last hand over her Nildo. To it up in Nilo, had all them in Nizan. Could the management practices or Johnson Yasi healthcare system Kaya, the non-Etiano, the public administrator, hello. The nurses or the healthcare workers do not that this is Yasiba Bahernilo. Had that the management at all Nasi, the Lata Kono, that will be cut you, that will be helped out of the Tasia because it you. I that all Lata Nasi the answers on Lata Konha. Had the healthcare road, you have to see to the Yal, you had the letter easy. Had that the national into Sikini Mafia Naina, John Tanika in the siege assembly, the healthcare management, Zikin zone and it. The Rato the Benikizo had a the nurse, labor unions, the Donector Yada Lisio, the frontline healthcare workers, I had to sit on it. The nurses at the Sikin get you out on the Atalana. The mental health support, but is it you? The health management, lots and that you couldn't see. You had to have it, is it the because the Australia, the head of the Benicli seat on La Banyo. The administration of this week is the administration of the frontline workers seat at Teta, you see Lata Con Hut on his own, Papa Honey Lalo Hut on Lata Con Adana, the health centers, the hospitals, the Legislative Assembly, the labor unions, the professional associations, the Sultan's government, the Hut of Becarota Alo. The healthcare workers, but are all those Tanika. Internet Alo, the Otto Seattle Nazi. Had that the standing committee, you began a Bacona car on the standing committee beheld. Washanita, young nurse. Could the Mafia City was a Kenny Hiki must say the series. Taking a range legal, they had the city motion. Could the but city nurses or healthcare workers did that or Papa heard you see Bigrichara, did that or see the Papa Toilet AC, the last time it's in over Papa heard you dollar. Had an assaultant that the hell out of the Narasali, the aunt or his in Kaluate. The healthcare system seen as long and the nurses or they threw young the contracts that leader. The region not there, I had all that kind of the patients to get there, yeah, that you renew till it's only done renew. I did some of the related on that case, get there, yeah, on the health system, yeah. Had all the patients, but is it, yeah, there's nothing the thing, yeah, a lot. Could there be the citizen lot of country temporary workers, they had all the lot of see, I had lost us in easy. The healthcare workers were nucleus on the scene of how long easy. But now, the policies, the strategies, the statistics, the nucleus, the sample issue. Had all the healthcare workers see, but not kill the total see, John Behel. Could Papa only do the Hato Yakini, that was here and any TC. Tatani, the no high. I had to attack here in the Bagar that all is only seen and see how to all Allah. Kushi standing committee social development member Stanley had a city with Kenny Fiskido, Kenny Murphy. Could the committee got to get our yard that we ought to in our city healthcare system? Had that the motion city committee the answers only written. Do that what they really say. Healthcare workers. You can't bet indeed, Kui be yakidit a ketat on zonsi hato betzetiha. Could the committee see nun Emily Dickley nun the safety ha allo? Could you know the government no hill authority policies do to see halto? Nun the hard the government see to yakin neda asi. The that o the healthcare professional see at all nasia. Hat er the city that is here about this hours that on the details here the became the messy. Member from Great Slave. See the motion is tears in motion 52 to Donald Yaha. 20 brackets 1. The nurses to healthcare work to Bethesda Tia, because the new put like now the motion 52 20 brackets 1. The nurses Bethesda Tia. The Yakiba Catalat A. The Alcartella DC employers. Could you immediately retention of nurse healthcare workers to receive a burden to hat at the Nanete out the Dato Yakilasi? The Yakizi had what the hills and not Hatal Star Allo. A year to Latte consider answers online, Siatanaba.
The motion to amend the motion, or the motion to amend the motion is in order. The question before the House is now.
Motion Sanaliha. Hat tweet and Sanalia Siate had that motion. Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat tweet and Sanalia say. Hat tweet a kepen nerdy how. Hat tweet at union at Ogata and Nasipat at Dirila. Papahuni Lad Hila. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hat tweet amendment on. Beketar Sneha, had added a committee see to the government zone legislation. Mercy. Yellowknife North to the motion. Had that to a real cart. Had that to the motion, I say the motion Sanaliha. Anusenda. In Lenny then say, Siki the Lissy. Had that motion, Hadley. Member Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had that to that member Nuvik Bootlick say to the motion 52-20 brackets 1. Had that to the healthcare workers to that Ogalata Sanali to unlock it issue to that Lulao. Had that to a clause chaos. Had that to Mofu is entered in Northwest Territories Legislative Assembly to the review level onto that Ugalata Sinanatia. Had that to the labor policies, chaos to labor unions, independent associations, healthcare workers, stakeholders that know to that Ubati. Did I reinforce health nurses that know? Had that to the compensation and mental health support so. Had after that unazun selia zero to that utan log adult it never log adult Alicia you asagatala environment 3 to the recruitment they can so you asaga nitsitel natal kilo. Had after that Ogalata Alicia after that is at let's say to the healthcare yeah. Had that to the Kenneth Zoyun and Helagalata onto the healthcare health centers Zoyun Talasi Hill. Member Great Slave? Had that to the men to the had that to debate to the motion. Burkhardt. Any then say in Lenny then say Ashikida say. At that motion, Halin Sinaliha. Great Slave. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, to not there to the member Inuvik Budlik to the motion 52-20 brackets 1, strengthening support to the nurses and healthcare workers to Kayasiat Sinalia. Had that to that Ulak Etel, to the third class here. Ayubansan se de to the comprehensive ayunanet onto that ogalata se had to that uhuni au had to that standing committee see social development and got had to amended motion. Great safe. Hota ayense had to that amendment senalia se to it a canha sinigon. Yelnif Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Debate and Lilihat Ulisi to the committee say to the Abanel Kilo to Sat or Atre at Lael Kise. Had I to that Ota, then I'll say to the standing committee at the Lunasunat Elitha Panha Sikala. Could I say that members that is say Nancy at the Elni Low? After net to the committee on Galanade Low. At SN Seno to Chinese say a to the government at Ogatala Nasihat Ela. At the Chinese to the up at 30 say Sisapao. Ayuntin Center in a Tlahachani Tilaja motion say. Had a Nunisi committee at least a panel chutlat elo et ilat elena zonlat ela. Not that don't get called the Hangai don't try to. Had Ule had I say to it as an answer, but I'll need law nelo. Mr. Speaker, to our motion to sat or I say, but I say, but Tila nelo. Had I say to it, I'll choose at Ilenison. At that or citizen doto at Ilenison, what I. Yelnef Center motion. From Lake. I did, but I did say to the Senali has say a real car. And then say, and then say, that's the kid I say. Had that motion halle. Motion 52-20 brackets 1. A Senalia to that motion. Move it. Mr. Speaker, since that motion is entered, had at to sino pa horny la had at it at utene nurse is a lisi to it and nurse what a tongue say hiring like ayanateha. Had at it a motion is on that. A but after it and it's at the had a lot to it a nurse at the say to it a year let it answer nurse con don natural young papa last hundred bits at the. Had at it a health professional cynic in it. Agatawa no say hiring like another in that. To the NWTC penene lelo. Had to it see, but to the Naponi la say the car only ha. The car on the ha. Had to the nurse the papa who need lalat elo to hiring like Ayatan Chilgatal na city of Bananister there. Could hiring like Aya to a nurse don't lin there. A your city the agency nurses thinking that Gatala Nali hello. Mercy, a datu kinesum but etiha. Had added our motion C frame lake. It's an amendment analia. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Got the net in the thought I had at the hunt at the scale. Got the net to top on the scale. Looked at our non-necessary to the healthcare system. Kaya. Had added at the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé, the acute in the zone in yellow. Had added our healthcare workers on cut. Had I the motion had said a little had to attend but the Thursday. From Lake to the motion. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Sit it up at the Thursday. Hot at it a nurse kayasi Range Lake nurse hanatere. Good in it aganan te sit it as sapatiki si hayuhano es nyarilut ana pau nila se. Hot at it a health authority kayatu at ogatalata sit to it a nurse papa nizonri let it a healthcare professional salni se. Hot at it and at hayanan agency nurses so at the kiros nilo hat il silas and then helagatalata hada. There are con canis ansilat elotor sakanel o coated anani Tennessee so nurse in no at it o sick the cortano had at it as say I want to look it up nil at the Department of Finance to that Utana Catalnaha. Had at to say that O Galata sinners on Rilla. Had at it minister said I got law. Had at Kenneth about O'Neill County that owners with entirety Lissita no Helgatalana. Do it up upon a last say it in April car. Had at that Utenet et Lissi hat elelo. Had to nurse to Nitro Leon Health Centers Kaya. Go to Yakonas on Gokati building a Yakwan low. Go to the higher Latin and Chilsea, Bullish Chelsea, Honilalo. Had at the higher like ARC, the Haratia that then at the art and a Paunila say. At that Bullish to that Ogalata seal. Ko concentrate and say honey tooth alcohol, none it and Haratilo. Concentrate and a son to con higher Latin and Chilsea. Koi say to it up at Etila after ya quant is a yada. That after that yak at is a lassie net. Ayon ya keeper in la sando at a year. Had admin say care no the opposite baganani tell onto the healthcare worker her say. A Kennison Tagarbets at you onto the standing committee say. Had after it at the Nepetian Neril Yandila. Kuchan wal lapuli at elo ay situate at the next isot and at a lot in LCC it and at Sangatala Nailelo. At atrit at Utan and at in secret and a bad lock back lock at inlot and at Sant in. Had at on answer but out when he lalat elo. Had atrit uncle that only see. Had at Setisia Yunt and it's Akia. Sat o tuit at o yakinazonilia si bagar kalata tuit a nurse to the healthcare workers standing but etia hat as senior sem don't get emotional be a kitan to be a lalo hat as situated abanani tere hat at that uhunila Cecilia Richard hat hat achatil tere Cecilia hat achan no pahunila se gansolieto Range Lake. Motion to Arsenal yet. Here over North. Amherst, Mr. Speaker, to a motion there. Had there to a standing committee last see how. Committee didn't see a thought they let to a motion but only. Had there to a cabinet anything we actually sat a standing committee. Had after the cabinet seek as he gets hella. Mercy here River North. Motion. It is an alias it. Sanalia it to motion. Yelnef Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had edited a premier siate. Hot as it as sincere had that. Had your Sayel kilo, your nother, your jaw. Had a hati lo say at the retin at the set at the Nisana. Had that with a motion as that. I say, can as on a topic a galata, Sassaliara Nezon to motion, but on assassin hala. How you pay a kid to pay a loss in this one. Had that to that to make a galata, so not as a things upon his own layla. Had that with a committee sitting a hurry, had to the Laha committee hell are. Hata committee gati kegalana. Hata to the nurse bias cute healthcare communities ba. Hata to but interesting Mr. Speaker, to the AGP healthcare employment policy say Donald Yarden is on. Hata to the NISC Donald Yarden. Yelnif Center. Motion. Hata to your real car. Anything that. Yelnif North. Hata I did up Kittens Inlet. Sassian Island recorded voters Kurda. Yelnif North. Yelnif North. I do car near Joyce get that. Anything see no shame. Yelnif North. To the world that. Deto. Sato, Yelnif Center, Range Lake, Inuvik Boot Lake, Mofi, Frame Lake, Great Slave, Mackenzie Delta. Inland then say no shame.
Those abstaining, please stand.
Kiru Inisi Lushi. Tabacha, Yelnif South, Cam Lake, here north, here south, New Victorian Lakes, the Nakput. Father Annual Testing Shakila. Motion Donald Ya. Nedetta. Yelnif North. Mr. Speaker, the hearers can now. Could there be March 13, 2025? There is Thursday, May 25, May 22nd. Are you 22nd? There, Mr. Speaker, be needed. There is a key law. The legislative is the public, the dark. Hat are you bet here? How did you Are you Speaker? Hat did Hat to read all see the Salitello. Do you have all that or see the day cases so high? I told you, Mr. Speaker. Mackenzie Delta. Had to hear North beginning next now, 4-20 brackets 1. Do we assume May 22nd, 2025? Do you see it? Do not you see? Do we think in May 22nd? Are you Wednesday? Are you May 21st, 2025? Are you Sunday till that? To the motion. Motion at Donald Ya. Question. Tayo ta sat elisi. Tayo inisi. Motion na that Ayo ba sat elisi. Inisi. I think it is a motion na that Return to oral questions. Recognition of visitors to the gallery. Acknowledgements. Member from Frame Lake. Had that the Frame Lake seat, Ivan Quick, the King Charles, the Seabrook Colonisi. The Miss Quick, det vi den bare alle når så den så tager og det vi tourism hun så at det vi var det det tourism har du den kater dilo hat der mes quickly must hele serious ni har du den hele rigtig nasi nasi oral questions. Written question. Dëne Center. Could the PN actually Minister ITI a year do it another 60? Could the thought that they did not get territories? Are you Minister Hatia Dolo? Did that or a thought that they not see the Canada Hill? Minister of ITI. Must see, Mr. Speaker. Could the program see? Connie had the Canada or somebody can I let the $460,000 to recall territories. Could the promotional campaign to we had to recall territories or Lisi critical mining Dëne Center. Do we critical minerals in this area? Are you get somebody who you see the echo? Didn't the birthday had that to see it on yada? Go to heat had that. Minister of ITI. Could the critical minerals say you make a lot of resource development? Do you have to do some of the elite order? How to do critical minerals of the elite order? The program see to can put in there. Are you that saba I see? Are you got to are you about you to is new on a call? Do you think yeah? The mineral projects. Final supplement that they are must be closed. The Republic, the era, the policy goals. Are you already see her? Are you got to put in the digital and you had it? Dëne Center. Do we PDAC soft launch at the Lenilo? Do we catch out in the way any minutes and need to know ambassadors? Then you hear some of it, the critical funds are. Do we have to some get out the some get also exploration companies or you have to put easy hello. Had to be computer get the birthday hello to that they see the social media. How you want to get in Italian haja, must it? Member from Range Lake. Could the Prime Minister deal the white paper? Do you think do we see it? Do not yell? Do we National Intelligence and Security Forces? Are you sitting here on any telo? Do jurisdiction catch out there? Needs to be kill the community safety. You had the programs. You had the do you sit and call the Beniclizo? You need her police force not say hello. Are you not going to get all the Premier? Mr. Premier. Mr. Speaker. Are you much thinking that we at least we need that they say the city at all Nazi? Could you let us see the government at all y'all opinion and another tell are you at least that you the federal government see the province now? Do you see it? You know, you see the city never really see her. Just I think you see. Do you see the really the contract? Kui kisi ti Canada ti te hela na alo cha tani ke ya tine kalte da lisi. Kuti property ana kisi ti visi tu no yesi. The contract sitten contract all yellow. Hatta ti vi tani ke ya si kisi set edile. Kuti minister beheer kilisi public safety. Ay sa chuli kani. Ku minister blursi ye hati le kuya. Ti vi ke chale lo hene. Ti territory sel. Hatta ti fil kamisi ye betsa hal yan lo ti da to sitte atala nasi. Ti vi sa tat ya. Hatta ti vi ke ason ti fil kam behela ko ita ti vi sika. Range Lake. Masi. Hatta ti vi tani ke ya se kizin wi denile. Ti vi polisi an ti to tate kizat osi etula yesi ja tani ke ya sita atal nasi ha. Kuti nei hamila tan chi siti nei sitten do tierelo. Hatta ti vi te hena ye kiziti premier di sitten banse. Tata si kodu lia ti vi no ba. Ti hato sitten ba ya kinilya le. Ti hamila tan chi zi ya dun khona ga anse. Sato ti vi betete hato lo ti sitten so weekly sa ja tani ke ya ha. Mr. Premier. Kuti vi kani ya kitsi si sitten di festin reitsene la. Di so saba alle. Kuti vi si kosel ya la. Ay saba ha alle. Hatta ti vi ki ha chui le kani khai chin khu ga. Thong ye ko ya le la han ha la. Sitten no li ko ya le ti vi ki ha chui se. Hatta ti bala na ye ki le la. Ay tapor ya si be ko shaile ay ya asuna ya pulizo la ta ya kisi ha. Kuti na si be kalta alesi ja tani ke ya. Ti vi sitten te hel atal nasi na si te hurni halila. Hat oye tera paha arge klasi ti sinen sono yera. Si ko huni di to no ya to di la masi. Range Lake. Hatta ti vi klasi si ko de lo ti si uni di la. Hatta sitten hetio. Ti resource da garbage ile ko. Hatta premier ay resource fa recur sitten ba. Ay hato hana dan chi si ja ten ba huni la cha hato. Mr. Premier. Contract notes at the sit in the hill. I did the resource at Lasio. Kedato sit or Kisio, you not all yet. I 30% in the government. I think resource we crop by Yakio. I had to Yaki sinners on Leda. I think some part notes that you cannot know. Hatching a 50-50 cool, can you see? I had an zone. Jerry nu lao le the contract notes the federal government resource no tsenya ale hat onu ni har resource itsia to so no jaha Young Life North hat o there some healthcare workers out there not there allo Minister Health Social Services could you to atal na say healthcare workforce planning Hatching the 50% you did not deal. The physicians or John Nengaya. Could the health authority see the duty sat a hitilo? Had the nature your rich a hitilo? Could the patient who you know practical Banaga Tula? Tole be quick Jahara to be later Yasi and take a recursi. To be nursed at the La Julion. Ti hayon ja tsanin ke ya si ti hayin da o ke cha si Minister of Health Social Services Kuti NTAC ti hayon sampa ho lin si ba ta la Aye tan dana TCO tan hata tewi telemniki super nyadila the primary care si tita to si wit isi harin like ya aye hato ye hela gata le na alo kutewi etu tio aye tata yo aye si ha ke klase het edila the si kodo the technology so hata telemniki a hato tena bata tale hat oye tu ha to hati ha the family physicians o the to see to ya si the ya a family physicians work only ha hat oya khada ti ko hat oy the la holino hat ha Mr. Speaker. Young North. Could we need like June the nurse not the 23% low 36% the child. I thought the nurse didn't see her. Are you the one to could the nurse the answer last color in the patients you know? Are you minister any the no the nurse the guard that they have the no? Are you had all the conha? Had that you were causing the nurse to know health issue the nurse we with you. I but answer how quantity but in see must see.
From Yellowknife North, Minister of Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Social Services, Mr. Speaker. Aten hasin lo doit a physician's health, doit a yon, doit a nurse, tutti say your nurse ni tella liad elo. Hat at a primary care reform, is now the other day, doit a staff wa yon, then log etel liad elo. Ek archains in hasin ade. Doit a hiring latana chilsi, a yon don't at ogatala na say a yon at doing lejade. No na guide also doit a nurses clean lenny kitsi with delta eagalas na say. Kaya yung pehal na tayo el kilo that emergency department kaya.
Living in those communities. And now what we're seeing is many people do not come and move to those communities.
Kunani Tennessee te Henry lag kaya na telelo. Hat atuit atene sunsin harl a halagalay tari and atuit atu hanal kanha. It's in Bekwaning telo ne zon katalana ha. Kuja regional kaya hade. Hunt atne chalat e cholelo. It's a ketine aunts and salani arts and tagalatalo. It's into it anani the nurse has not telo. A nurse going to knock her like a death out in la telo. Kutong hade healthcare ayasi lana chade lot a town. Then I thought a town a yara no. At the last one had said under the primary care behel. Had at the high and Latin Chelsea, it up its doing and it up a bony law. Yellowknife North. Mercy, Miss Speaker. At the net with Antonin Trillion nurse at Earth in the ha, you never knock a guy who gets in that. The Gara you tenant like a death iha. Nurse only say. Mr. Speaker, DJ and WTC. Did a retired nurse la yasi. In the Sulil, the Sunlagai could have net in had a annual report all you had a. Had at it at the Catalan now, the manager so had at it lot and edutira, then Nilia had a low. A hat udat with ayu and then it's a telo nurse a Catalan had a. A hasin a city hashtag hat ogalai 9 letter. 25, 20, 20, 28, it at Uten, like a telt, say in Papa Silvia at Elo, you know the guy hard. Do TNSSA sick, a galana. Had added a staff's attorney and Health and Social Services, a Pearl Car, Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Had added on Oris Carsi Bonson. Dëne Sòłıné Yatıé Dëne Gódesi Panas Kilo ay tuit awe sit on asgad na lese ay hat it in a harbit in it's in year and a harbor coins had that addiction recovery behelagatara could do it up at department C did a higher latana chilsi but it day all did at Sampa Hill did a higher latan chilta lase Mackenzie Delta Health and Social Services. Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
Exactly what the member is talking about.
Ku ayit apanael kay terelo.
The last couple years,
Do not kagay ku gets in her community wellness addictions. Eight sampanil yase. Hat atrit antena lag etelt how indigenous governments or groups down new papal ilo. Had atrit at illicit program egala nar in the high lahator elatine harba kwan. Couldn't think at atrit members but writing ya hat lo. 303,008 at Sampa het ilse.
they've also,
The Tetlik Witch and Brand said 24,000 bonnet now 208 some but agala na hatun trigay ka.
there are funding for those youth.
At that written a call the city papauni lalat esibet eti had elutisnet sananek aya hiring latan chilta lase. Had that with authority out hat iha. Had added a 72,500 which in hiring log ayats and somebody looked at 7,000 kuga to the Gwich'en Council Ba Health and Social Services Mackenzie Delta Mercy Ayahaniha at added the addictions recovery ha. Had added at the Nahel Asi Ganaleha. Had added not a hiring like a to it at the net Setia Sat Elo. Do it our agencies, do it our hiring like a at the our career in say. Health and Social Services. And Mercy, Mr. Speaker.
I'm more than willing to always go
Hasle Hatuadilla. Do it our hiring like a at the Nate Behel.
the area where if they want community-based
Could do it our hiring like a to it at the net some.
by the indigenous governments,
The indigenous government sitting it Aile Alo. Had added a GNWT mental health support in its annual to counselor patient all the way Fort McPherson. Had added a big Aya Galatao.
and if there's discussion between the indigenous
Could do that the Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé our region Aya office UCU. News Esni Hatorilla. Do that what Hagalai Talisi Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Health and Social Services Nateyaki. Mackenzie Delta. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Did Anate Minister John Noel Naki Nayao Wood McPherson to Atlantan on the Hule to Atlantan and Saint Aragon. The 2025 coup get with Anasi Anani Sinal Sat Elo to Atanapan Zunlisi Health and Social Services. At air that I was in Nasa the Hasle Hatorilla. Hat ulit o think at the office kaya kalita halohainida. Health and Social Services, Earl Carr, Yolnef Center. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Did a premier best cars injustice. Hat added on that day Lenisi. Not some contasit and nothing of the Dëne Sųłıné policing here. Had at least hate the Lord Clinton hate the low a territorial government. Member Rangeley, Member Justice. Had that a song called had a nigga like Eleanor. 23, 24, 24, 25, 23, 24, 25 there. Tuyệt song con log elo tuyệt clavicle tin lo bullish show Fort Good Hope Fort McPherson Fort Simpson Nucket Tabachatan Sa hat ordered dishes I know the here river Yelnif Center Mercy Mr. Speaker Sinisi hat tuyệt Premier City on hat this Jambaya keys too hat tuyệt department say yeah aton tuyệt sit and helagalota needs no hat you aton your curl or curl Minister Justice Mercy Mr. Speaker ay hanitong sa kahal aina hat tuyệt aina at sit and RCMP tasit nakatalan now but in Sampalaw hat tuyệt at government nakatalan na si haitilo Cool tuyệt abat or on then Senate hat asan banaya keyo hat tuyệt ahonetin then siwi hat ya ke selo tuyệt federal government hel nil iha hat tuyệt anaki singa nateya ki Yelnif Center Mr. Speaker and tuyệt MLAC Sit no to social workers or Tagatala Narelo. Had that the general public safety how good Mr. Speaker to the premier to the in Hatolo. Had that to the sit and downtown the sit and Tagatala Naha. Chief Superintendent had the loaded at the Sųłıné loaded at the sit and Catala Nase. Yelnif Center. Minister Justice. Mercy Mr. Speaker hat tuyệt at uyin lase. Da sitten natte sitten sen sannenek ay ase bet etie. Hat tuyệt at sitten papator ase at ukatalan nalo. Hat senisano. Hat tu katenet sitten anen natte se asun sitten pagares tlea anla. Ay katene tuyệt sitten pole downtown Yelnif gan. I katar niya da hayont another say kuke tuyệt sitten se. Ay se asun petsetirel inde tine haitire sang kanta ik katala he nalo. Hat tuyệt apagules chesi tuyệt so anse sitten san natezel ina haye la toilet ni. Papaha to ik katala ina. Range Lake Mercy, Mr. Speaker. To NWT housing city at Sananka, don't do guy get planet at some coin. Housing NWT Minister, Mr. Speaker. Jump Bill Sin Loss. Hatu don't jahul casa galile. Hatuli not a push at Anna Hanil sin in at testa. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Could to the Quackos Ganel KC to the NWT housing new Quackos in that lots at there to the Nayu Catalia. Could the Quana can under that? Kinta what a seasonal yoko. Quackans entered a new homes in that lots at there. A honey that chant. No. Rains Lake Housing NWT. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At new home plots at there's near Quack that sale to the housing NWT. It an air hiring log air quantities in India law. Not the Range Lake. Mercy to the Minister Seek earlier. Had to the homeowners to cut it to planet anything that isn't on Kaya. Housing NWT. Mercy, Mr. Speaker, had answered Cornita da Sara 900 son and the Nate Loja families a quantarel in that. Hat after ayun kwan tanors in the Brazil lalo. Hat after the housing say ayun na net in Hat dit ayun na net unt anet eo to sanlat elo. Hat etu nil edet anet et on compet aldi seal. Hat after the housing assessment assessment hulielo ne halye hello. To the higher lag ARC to the Daryl Caro. Hat at the Quanes in hat the quant at a cigar. Cook it anet a Cornelia hadel. Hat only a coins in a son ha. Going on it and Sax Harper for resolutions and hat after that do quant Tanazon little port in low to the public housing set. Could to the bucket I use an a letter low to the fall of 2025 that us no there. Ministers Dicho. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Hot as to it, a member statement bonds and say to it, a minister say the infrastructure lot at the department say.
Finance?
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Could you do the department ATS? Do we actually see the thought? Do we see more party? It's not you see her. Could you say Carlana Kushi a Yanilo? Are you the key door? Do you have to not kill a year? It's not yet. Hat ya do you do it? Do you not near Kohan? Do you sit on your shoulder? That's true. Are you Irish Kersey got to the hat here? Could you have a son of the recorder? Do you have the conduct uncle Kuni Polacoda? But at the Hatole had that to remove Hardy. Do you have to a TD you have a tati Hatolo? Minister of Infrastructure. Could you move Hardy see to it's a carsey? Are you because you had to the tea? Do we certify the but at the island? That's a Kaya Street, do it's a car? Yeah. Are you on it? Yeah, on Quebec on a car on such aloha. Could you be bridge on a Aussie? Had that do you see a tuna yellow to be bridge hole? Yeah. Are you don't see it to a Becarita? Are you the Kaya Selalo, Satelo Sela? All questions. Could you visit Connie to be channeled out of Bahundi to see? To be power lines what there? Could you see a Toyala bird in on this air? Could the department see Maca? That would the week ago now that. Mr. Maca. Merci, Mr. Speaker. Could you remember your Korean to be some of the city, having a lot of children? Do we counsel to military? It's like out there to. How do we start kissy questions and make it to yellow to start kissy? Do we bet it here? Do we get a lovely see her? How do I get a harbor? But it's new, don't come out, but let's get to it. Merci. Young Center. Could you be cozy, but I don't be great chance to hunt over that easy. Could you be you need let you thought all in now quick or yellow minister let or you can hold not to be make up all nasi. Could you bullet this chessy? Do you some no for who need that or see that? Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Could you have seen this? Because Charlie le the department see to be at a kid to you below to law on see her. I had to at a kid because car. Had all it at a new letter at a culator. Could you bolus see to be law on see to ye rattle in a hello? Do we see how you take key, Charlie? Could you have switched out late the bolus chessy? Do we law or see how to had that to see number who needed that elo to community government see? Do you that to seek a rattle in a see? Ketarar the civic right on the law Asia the project. Do you hear nearly there? Do you hang like get hang on see hat a so set there? Not the yaki. Young center. Could you healthy infrastructure see but outdoor the hang that on Chile do you have to 57 million or do you have $100 million? Could you yakini la city batalelo? Had the minister see to be built this chesita cute that was see who you see but altaha. I had to by yakini the city federal government in Sampaha. Do you have to cool his own ketakalwato betat yaha, something yaha? Municipal and Community Affairs. Merci. Maka lanas was here to get our municipality jobs on the Kaya. John Bullish ched had you. Keklas is that a queue, they queue. Had that to be Maka yet any on department Akia Allah. A unis Ihatorila. Had the lay Bossensi to be community government all does in Maka. Do we now keep the burn you to see his theatre? Had already because some Bakani call Allah. Do you jump over this chassis the resource base here to it on your part on I see some Parane car doesn't know. Must see, Mr. Speaker. Young Center. Could the Minister of Finance see but curiosity? Could you receive it all that the next easy? Could you well hack or chasey? Are you party and take out their child the Macatson? Are you that harbor on sea to be? A little non yet. Are you native can eat on that? Minister of Power Corp. Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the question changed a little as we went. There's not
Are you Yakisi to Naila? Do we Yakisi had a sapa or see the hard chorus chasey? Are you bringing the year 2014? Yeah. Are you guys had trolley back on not elo? Are you Yakisi? Are you Taki beginning? Yes. I don't do be hell of GRA be hell of the law. Are you sit or kisi? Are you done this public? You take out there the utilities are. Young Center. Could you have to do she heard the police house? Carol Narwa. Do we government do we sample bets or do we that was see how to see? Are you that was say ya Minister responsible NWT power. Could you I think I see power corporation see do we see Banya Dorila? Do we GWT sample recorded the don't? Young Center. Good thing that there was Cursia. Are you some cash but on your head? the cash reserves. NTPC. Ila. Ayun na that SEA. Ayun tato sa kursi ha. Hatoy nes hatoy la the that yaki halin si ha. The yaki halin then could do 2014 ga. Hatoy the basat eli the teze halin si ha. Mr. Clerk, Q 7.26 and 7, Minister to Yakita Asi, to Dr. Better City, Clerk is a CA. Can it is not choosing the oral question 427 brackets 1 to February 6, 2025, frame dates and hot DC. The Minister Health Souls of City, Mr. Speaker. Written questions. Mafui. Title transfer. The Sinchanikaya. The Minister of Justice Bruce Cursi. Lengthy properties are Taninkaya. Kuyit and WC Bezika lengthy. Could we let all the Bekalata the legal steps? Do we then Bekonia? Could then who let see the I on Keta but I hadn't see her. I on neither other see. But then 3. That was Department of Justice. The Galanara, the secret justice. I let all Bekalata Hara to be Celia Hara to be title issues are. Could you Yaki City of Benensi Betakal, the Lion Tile Office Betsen? Could you think Chonica Yard do it on Nibets in sea? The Becona Carlo Bezinit allo the land title cell Office? I let all the Celia had to it on the nets in sea her. I lay her to Ulysses to land survey her. I had on the Zik and it are. Do you think a yard or law on see her? Written from Frame Lake. Member from Frame Lake. Could the Minister of Finance Busker? Environmental legal organization see the other see to actually. Could the religious Yaki Selasi? The environmental law, the government that we the Financial Administration actually. Could the board of that or see the new department see the you see who call all the liabilities or the public council? Mr. Speaker, Minister of Finance, do we see the Hatolo, the Ketagar, the liability see the devolution content? Did I hear that I see some of the color? I was Bagar see the land use permit city Kutat, unique as this is the project Behesi, the GWT Behelico. I then had to look at the security to Konademasi. Written question. Had that to point of order city here for North Hat the list city Young Centerton. Are you can you the tonal yellow Young Center City Cabinet City a working party Hendilo. Are you cabinet member see hat or because he kid the motion order? Did that or you can click it is a hilia torilla. Do we have to a chair on lower to be? To democracy, the Hayo Kizian a pine cabinet city party isn't the hut or Tilila or Hatisi. Hut at the Yellen Center City in the Akine Chu. Yellen Center. I apologize, isn't it? Return to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Reports, committees, reviews the bills. Reports of standing special committees. Tabling the documents. Minister of Justice. Could the documents in plain language, Bill 23, there is a law actually doing all you see here. The Bill 23 amended Children's Law Act. The Bill 24 the Family Law Act here doing all you here. The Bill 24, the Family Law Act. Must Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Waste Reduction and Recovery Program 2023-2024 Annual Report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Tabling of documents. Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. Physical Activity, Sports and Recreation Fund Annual Report 2023-2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document. 2025-26 Corporate Plan for the Northwest Territories Hydro Corporation and Northwest Territories Power Corporation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister responsible for NTPC. Tabling documents.
Yellowknife North. Mr. Speaker, situate at each on issue the sea public discussion ayun ten sinaki. That a private members bill act service acts and all yeha. United Nations Declaration to that Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé on sea. Hat that a public service acts and all yeha cause do it at the car to the private members bill at the public for service act It doesn't per cardinal a private members bill proposal say. Hot at it a nurse who only see about honey lot with nurse but I yell nef north is. Hot at the 5 to the Legislative Assembly to the Executive Council actually hot at the summary members say to it on signature May 23, 24, 25, February 24, 25, and notice of motion. First reading bill. First reading bills. First reading bills. Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, hot at job Bill 25, Appropriation Acts, Operations Expenditure 2025-2026. Kanatumbak ake joins it. Mercy, Minister Finance 8.2 brackets 3, Bill 25. Hot at Kanatumbak ake second reading all yeha. First reading bills. Second reading bills. Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cam Lake since entered Bill 23, Act with a Children's Law Act on a tuntik ek arbak akia. Kuti since on nenek ayat with at usekui bayakia se. Had at 2021 kuti akia needs a hather at a law. Had at it at Ohio Hanio with usekui but at the Lysiat with Hot at it arsenal yet a law. Hot at it our court chaos it up a sneak cat a law, the Nayanayaki queens there. Question are you court? Are you Anderson now? In Lenny then say, Atiki the say. Or that motion holiday. Bill 23 in Nabak IQ. Without a standing committee culture that a yanani teha. Second reading bills, Minister Justice. Mr. Speaker, to the Honorable Mechanics, it's entered Bill 24 to Family Law Act to Anailia. Hat to the bill selyara to the Family Law Act Yula at Donald Yuna Hans in on it and Asil Tiluli that the Papasil dealer is. Had added court in it. I siniaski hello to Nanayaki coins. Understand that? I think it say. I think it in say. Bill 24. 8 in na pak ein kilo giant to the Senate committee to the Yanani Teha. Second reading bills, Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, sit there to the Sisini on the NAC puts its enter in Bill 25, Preparations Act or Operations Expert 2025-26 Gaiha Nabak Aki. Had added a bill seated of Government of Northwest Territory seated on its Sampak Athea seated 24-25-2026 Gaika. Had added a commissioner seated government but Asia Allo. Had added a do Sampaton Analio but Agalataha. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Finance motion. Are you Bill Hilton? Are you Bill Carr? I understand that. In Lenny then say. I think it say. What a motion Bill 25, na bak ein kill. Who the third reading hot. Third reading bill. Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, consider the Honorable Member of Nanak Puti Bill 25 to Appropriations Act to Expenditures 25-26 Erkog and that's one bank. Had to Tabak Etliki that who cars Minister of Finance. Had a motion. Range Lake. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. At the not the Hasino to think at Sananek Ayasi, a seat in a Panazun Desilieha. Could I say a sick egalata, Galatalat, Ella, that was Delisi hat Ella. Hat Ule to it a Hassin highlight, to it at right like easy hat Ura, to it action back Elio, had a cotton still a cotton art and a car to that was sealed into that policy a highly tilt out but or also had that to at one year in at the sense of non kayaten pa. Could I owners car Laha don't saw back a galatalo. That in a saw like a hooser sent. I still don't know what I can't say to it on the zone corners on the corner that we are say. I can't say it in the no kind of a lot there. Hat to ha to a hat about no it had a low. Hat I don't think I don't say. Could that do some passes in a pony la some packet on yard on it to tell Luska. To Donald Trump will it in a zone after the law. Had that way on 60 kilo. Had that it at Galata see what the sense on an chaos 60 kilo net. Take on that they say. Had that to see some part Helagalata said it as that would have been already honey than I sino held one that could have said on an chaos to it Ariel Cara on say. Had that would have to the public safety seat I see it had never the lawyer. Ku to tit and Hayanante who lead to Tibet Egalata that a hiring like a to a kid what I want at a Disney low. Kone like to a sitting at Tampa under say they are thrown to real in low to that don't know set that Disney Gaya killed it. Cook and actually say they port in low. Hayonta sitten that Ogatala Nasio to the hayun lag ayat internet etias ni lo yung tatotayas kilo. Hat lat at at least na panel area kesa. Hat hayun tenatar kanuni sik at na yung public safety na el kilo to dasi an nega dediti tenit on lo. Hat nasamek egalatare hat ulito to zinkise kotana action as lia ambek hat awa Mackenzie Delta yakina turning on lo ha tunza. Hat a government zippers karhaila. Hat hayun lag ayat at uhuni lat lanaitis linu och alwat ita. Hat ne har nos itene sante hat elat elo tutun. Hat aras karase. Tlat ura silya hatun tut zinc 8 hours kara tut at sampata arnil jobet agalataha. Hat a drug trade wa yung ha on the hor hunature halnilo. During nurse to medics wa yita sitano. Kutut at iskana kira. Hat the early learning child care citizens on then kayasin na zone but or alat eleloport in lo. Ayatun sampa kata na kalo to hat atun son lakay ko gatanat ura dilil sinlo. Good to march at a panother hat elo. Hat ole to it at sampa se rank adere. Could it at day home soliti rutilo ye. Hat at ase ne zone but etilat elelo. Hat a private center based business so at nesun pehelagal atalat erile hat a coupe helagal eton alyelete do it at oha ansayun at as it ihada. Koye say do it at an asina lagatal now to voluntary fees you shallow. Mr. Speaker, at defensive sovereignty on il kilo jano nanak ayaha, the hanarstiha. Hat the sovereignty can 50 bagaritel hat illustrat a state cell. Kuye situate as a pananto nunisino security in the air. None at government away you can't government no. You are Arctic organization so to the policy AO committee so you see Catalan nalo to the framework AO. Hat at defense and the Galai not in Hubanan AO. Had to da ket then say to NWTC da kanisa to da CIU defense plan what is at the next government of Canada ba. Had the headquarters seat leader erde at Tampa Tambas at but agalai da to da Kwang Lao then at the low it's then a sweat now and so not there ha. Koisina herring latan chilling Tabanakilo province hat only don't hase. Hat was on to the carbon tax it at a secret down Lazello. Do it a bill 3 years to the carbon tax it. You say, could it a prime minister said and can a carbon tax between Lada? Co consonants on it a prime minister day carbon tax between Lada to Tilo. Hat at Oha aho. Kalde din Sagai Gorchilse. Hat at our northern then is not this it's on Kayasi Brazil and Delay. Hat at La Hanril Nedete La Lilo. A sick on it all at hat at the industry said the Haratilo cut at the Bakulne. A year minister Hatilo. A carbon taps but then Lioton. Hat at one sound on say a but a kayo sound ha. Hat at Sadnanek I said and at least get on your in Lemerset. Mr. Speaker, Kusi said that the Napayas kilo to the SPCA said Sampaka, but Papakan's card illustrate Akatalai Naha. Hat at NGO said that there. Hat at a yilla organization Sala City, it's any little rest all of the Tampa. Hat at the NGO said in it allies, they say, Hunt other law and the chata said that last time. hat atut ananet betet isi hat ut alak edet isi babat sambat sanat elesiat edet hat ay helias care alo kutut minerals incentive program si so hat litut at sampak etalase hat atut the government sit irony lelo kut bet at sampak haseo ines nada lo ay si hat beket sampan ya bet at sampak hasea Tlat ay son pajedia anja. Akan say sampa sanin yoko. Hat elida energy, clean energy, kaya alata housing programo. Hat etu da. Kui say Johannes etu chat is kaport in the law. Hat asi sa pagayun since kalat ejalo. Si let's enote that to economic growth like egalata. Hat etu da yung to that uno say I till but atek as right here. Mr. Speaker, at $41 million sa budget in $150 million na nilo. Hat ito atin babat sa kaisung niya. Hat ito itaan natin budget siya papapul on the lawyer. Hat ito tha nakinonan nakesat siya on sa ito ita budget nga nail kaya haint isat siya bigatil tira. Kusi sa pare, atin wa plan net us out about $150 million. $150 million at to the plan to the sea egalita had it sampa helmet at had that to the government a hanging lalo had early to that the kaisung there had that on that the sinala soon sampa any lalo to.
I count 213 new homes. And I could be wrong on that, and I hope I am. Nunavut is on track to deliver 1,000 homes by the end of their term as part of their Nunavut 3000 plan. Now, they have other factors that go into it. They have different beneficiaries.
Could you at over 8 I don't know. Could you end up with your house, you know, the catch up groups, the thoughts had or not a kilo. Could the church of housing phone on the Baha or the Sikona Kato so that was Hasi Galita? Do we Lasi Tan the Harvest? 3,400 NWT the Hinted and not this is a could you see Sena Yere? Hatch a Saudi Milko ha? Do you can't go to what at Sena Yeha? It's on it in a bar. There's only. Do we know 2,300 Konka on though? Do you bet on $1? Do we can't see? Do you have you dinner? Tat it out but I believe it a lot. Do we call it Yere? Do we can also know on the Boston Cecil Yere? Do you know Baha on the dinners so on now hot on the zona deal with Queensy? The Nugu Tilat Elo, Hernilo, the government Yakini Aha, Niraike Hato Yaki, Silesia, Sonicata and Nalo. Could do the health system see? Kunu Yaki Hitsi, the Hayutan Annie then Luli. Put 9 Emily see top in ye. Do we 500 yet, doesn't know? Do you don't know all the patients are? How about all my senior all? Could you can like ARC did not as he had the betat in a bonus on lower beneath $100 but do you get 60% who got Dr. Nature young it's on in as a till ilo. Got the honka got the head till Nature young. Could we say no? You see how the Yakini are still Yatosno. Hot way to be still let you see it to know Yahile. Medical Association, you drink is Yatilo, the Tatosibatar Asiha. The primary care emergency service with the programs where you will see. Die Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé die hat atala naha. Die sampa hat o tense tiu die si sampa bahunu lalat eroa. Dëne Sųłıné pathways ke atala nare die hat o nurse hal kana Sųłıné Yatıé atala naha. Dëne Sųłıné ke atala nare hat o ne telu hel. Die July kule hat masi bele siwse. Die ino die sinnes no klot elo. Du weet anu die si healthcare system si du si neder allo die kebe na zon ni e allo. Die son sa Syria nas curious e. Could you see LC's ha yumatan ya si Aurora College on the klis kwa. Nu no the government si e Syria hatuila. Die het on rite ha. Could you ki ha leo die bagalata ha die facilities will you see ha. Die si yella die tuna den labet si hele lo. Ayi tenate a sono die den hana contenta ni si ani zen la hatana khahala. Hayo te hata itilo. Ayi on yata na si yuli hata itela. Ayi hato den hana khana sampa bekelita a. Jana boni dia lo ta easy. Ayi ta isa ayata na si hata itilo. Ayi dino chutela chu. Hatchina 100 and Arlington Hana can get the other side. The ICT program also the golden program Aurora Culture Dino good hobo hat or show a 2023 height also the Hayons the school netilo. I can't do it and I don't I easy high sabo on. Kui Aussie is on to it is a hailer in little the height Aussie 2024 hat only the article see you get a nilo tilo. Could we had or see it or see it with an Atalan see it with this coincidence. So could he Atalan now, Kibizia in his own life, Sirtalo. Are you in his own law? Are you cat on Tessico China with the CLC's all Nalco? Could he that Balita see it to be positive, to be never do it as you see never say, Eleni. Are you that only easy? Dat al na sino pa hikona ala het an pa na se betan kan lilo betan li alo ai la be ke ti la ELCC ai dat o la be se ke ala na ala ai se ko iklis kona te si be ke se ti alo hat oli eti hainia alo ke da garne sonsen ai dat o dat ti den iklis kona te si Burnillo that is here. Could be budget see to Europe as an to be a tenant in it. The policies be hellily. I bet that you nearly tell the gender BT hello. Could the P2s are you get out? Could the time how to hit a needle Johnson Yaha? Hata the P2C na but alanzilo katina kaltela telo to the tetaye. I catch at the city Filipinos do the Hayuti Tesi, the Villa High Silo Johnson Kaya. Could you la Julia to be somebody like his in the little? Could she the Kisi did Ampa Alita Asi? the benefits to we at the budget I don't know yeah let's say you get us nearly la hat o itu so da kisi hat elo sama ba katanat alat elo Hallo si sitten pas na si yakinis asiten pa yakinis le desilo could we policy yakire lo divi I think kisi te na hat ja zan ke yat ina ha I den laten dal yisi ha den so den tsene ni to le ja hat o itu na ni ba $100 elo could we see some part on the hello to I mean grocery stores open on Nisia you want to see the kid in the law. Are you seeking or you see the count on the law?
So I agree that this was a process.
Had to process it and the scene. To have to listen to no other kids at Zika, do not the Yakisi. Could you not see but I need to see to that about I see her.
This process feels more obedience. Status quo doesn't change.
Could you do not you have it low? Do you get an hour like honey as you couldn't do see ya although do consensus? Do you better outdoor? Could you then doesn't in government see correct elo. Die beantworten die Leute an, dann sind die an, ne so nicht die Telha. Hat wie bekannt das nicht hele Masse. Great slave.
Mr. Speaker, the member from Frame Lake was before me, so go right ahead.
Frame Lake. Member from Frame Lake. Do you don't say this in house? Do you to someone like he see? Do you have one boss seen there? Do you some get a lot of Do you call bouncing housing? Do you have one bonnet kill the capital budget hello to be get Kalila? Are you doing bonnet listen? Are you have a hussy? Could you yaki bet ya be get us near Helene? Could you have seen a kissy to sample hell? Are you bet yellow to yakini? I listen. Could you housing with some but says it here $550 million to Carlton? John, it's on the YCC Sandor of Galata. Do you see say yeah, hello? Do you know assassin hello? Don't. Had there to be husbands in see to start seeing the Sabah. Do you have to Kenny's only either? Could you not say that easy to see Baneki or see Sabah seen it? Do you sample get or something like easy? Do you beheld the little? Could you focus it in a barrel and all? Do we have me yakin my own? Do we sample you can eat to be housing? Are you in the zone in la? Could you at the capital budget by Kiku? The staff the hotel now, high on all. Do we housing department see to receive a whole little? Are you had on release that little jar? I think are you had on it here? Hatchin Solona the million which are low. Do we call a whole aha? The Hayun that seen is no heat switch see, but Kerala. Could you build goals see? Do you have on a whole and the law? Do you have to the Yakin city housing department? The member state you. Are you now telling Hitilo? Are you Suya? The Solona the million in Ruta Becarota. The corner who in the Taha. I see the Papatar $1. I had already beheaded in little the Sampa Becanita. Do you have to the condition of your home, but all the hot Hata tu si papata alo hato yakinis aha. Ayi nezon. Ila nezula. Do we kiss in as on say yere burn the dollar? Are you not burn the dollar dear call? Are you doing do we some papacalita see? Do we turn it? Are you have long assassin or the budget not kinula? Are you can't to see it is a category balita? I breathe this out it a hikono. Hato it to it and had to the answer like it's a dozen or. Could you have a can as one creature? Do you have to turn this hit you on?
That's something I haven't seen a lot of enthusiasm for, or specific ideas. And certainly, I think there's definitely some areas that we could look at, and I continue to encourage and push Cabinet to make tough decisions.
Hat ia keeper near Selo. Hat it up at our anil ea. Hat it up at our island and seal. Hat it in Sampa Hill Chu to it up at our Aussie Sampanilio ah. Kui Halia don't at Sampano at all the all see. Mr. Speaker. Hat it up politics like at the Hattanes Canada. Had added at an opponent law, the point of order, the tariff so threat so. Could you see to it as it dilat essay? At added to the Kenneth on Sat Elonat was government at are real in there. To the governance kaya. Had added a young pass here at there, Kenneth on your key share out. Good og elsa yon ya kiet no so that o don se ho ne a e ho sa da de and so halelo a si sa no shi sa had at back AQCC lit $50 million to infrastructure to the quant on North East low had at that to quant la la ta se at all yeah had added that none of what Galanasik isn't set at a la. Had added that quanil ill to that governance to that quan heligon to that quan papas non au a setan catch order. Had added that Nagalai Tasi to that standing committee by hell. Had added that public housing see but deal you to the car. To the agency or hiring like ayat and a heart kalteha. Could none it and a heart but contacts and had to did all. Had added a public housing AI in some part in 100% $50 million like a deck on an zone senate. That the public housing herself in what this is on and had to keep idea to it honest but later on say. At the unison to that unopa horny loyalty at ilajasi senalie ha. Hat udayaki hat oil yarak on a but are honest not a. Hat ole de celia hat dorilla. Kat urajanos a colganitel ha. At anagalita say. Hat as in near that don't think at Anthony till seo. I don't sample Sanil, yes, it a budget, yeah, it's a naked budget set LC, they can't have a sinner chart, a Hilson say. The oversights on Kata. Had added a minister the big achievement that knows a cabinet had added a government as only license. It's in don't see about I did a quan seal, did a sipek a glass non nigga to budget ha. It's in the there. Ayo si tarila tuit ayun si sabagala tarila si atlong panani serde hat atuit awit is kwansin sa panana til sinseo itagare seldia la hansen papaye did atut is kwan halakala tasi desen sanen kaya ha hat ayot ayakianas ganas kelu da range lake pa hat atut a child care asi hat ne that elo hat thong to administer hat at the through notes in the na at child care ha hat that some had last the federal government say hat that child care say then it's at the ha hat that primary care say they better order lo a say to that unazon then halakala tali see ha it a primary care at the city. Mr. Speaker, economic development economister the hat asset to administrator ECC at Latin Halisin law. Hat at a standing committee economic development egala nasin as on the regulatory framework that is hat at John look at it a John no hell height the loot at uya kale since here the yakibic and had hat at regulatory system gala nasi hat at si better on the egalaitar lo hat at regulatory seasonal ye ha hat at oil ye si nezon elgeril ain't there at yakinezon ilgio hot I ain't seen the hasiato ayon bener near sento don't do it at all do it a budget see but interest near that at Tampala say had a senate land child seen a senate that giants had to that Kenezon Galatan in Tennessee but had non intended but ask Kigare to that Quahalagata not and see they had the investment at into Sapanil Yada but Nezon Galata ha tilo had adjoint on Nezon Galatan senate had at Quanko that and at all hello had with a budget say Aniston but in mercy frame lake Great Slave Mercy Mr. Speaker City Revenue City Huntafa skill Atero to the Chair Mercy Deputy Chair Mercy listens in the ALC to it a lot on the zone since the Napalima sheet sampa the Minister of Finances sitting the Huntadakala now had added that Uya kill since no part with Ayon Teners Kargara. It's into the staff of Assembly see public service in the Catalanalo to that Ugala that it in Dilt is in Halagatalata. Ko a say to it at the last time to it Keneso at real and the test Jais in Aturaga Kilse. Had I not a cabinet in North on his own. Kui Bonsanade, good depth into social investment bar. Had I did a budget season, had I don't John Charlo to that would some all they say. Had I did a capital on the to a case when there's no seat and some panel yellow. Since in Canal Opanayel Kachayese had an zone he tell Neston at another. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Motion. Any of it bootleg. Mercy, Mr. Speaker. Do Thana Kilat Elo. Had added was it do nona such answer to big egalite tarelo. Had added alimashik egalatasis hasinha. Had added a minister sitting hatiha. Had added bills and hakil. Had added a big egalatasi. Hasinha, Mr. Speaker, no nese ay no pase quedo janin nuil yarelo. asisi liha alo tenapa. Tenet eat leo no need leo nari tera. Zin kanal o ayun lots and I telo. Mr. Speaker, dud politics kaya sigalay talo. Hat ano palana chalat ere nog Tena helagalay tase. Kuyi si jay say tilde ayun tena ya kitrili lat elu tena patayel ki. Ko hangin lana chils ant ina na ansin na palana chalat ere lawyer da. Mr. Speaker, that don't asibet or asit a hangin lag yatan childe si champa pauni lalat ere tits etilha au nakits eno. Did a government services eno. Hat did a night illa hunlin cholat elilo. Hat did a member see your writing the hat urai helgatalana. Mr. Speaker, don't a nina chalk egalata li hat uli janet den santet lat elilubek egalata. We grocery store naya the goddess or tuna nianda is thon nile de sunlana nakal cooler nagaha. Hat did the workers and the neighbors so nana titilo. I bet no it doesn't behel yel kane on hat no laga. Mr. Speaker, see the it's a member so janos in a sagata like tase. Kutu nil inda a 41 million 50 million onil in law. And at some part not all your say quan high in as soon as senate. Hat I say you it's right there on Pekalaita. Had added a member statements done don't annotate our budget nil you are saying on a kilo. Had added up at our honor that added a coins in Kegalaita Luchanese. Had all you need to let there some part on there. Had later had the north is a negonil had to be la say kept it our order Haiti Lucha. Had your dead descents on an ayated a quantum had say hello. Had added a conquering card but out it's some pahasil. Had added a cotton sit in like quantity then ye not tell Had as he sets a writing a hat at had elated an anit and coins not till a quant and a lossy thighs at or lalo. Could do it at some pahulin las and alieha. A la hatleha. Could not it and a seas at the region kaya haratilo. Did a $50 million quanha on snilo. Had and not kill millions at la also quant than about not and quant past at lenilo. Then in trades yet eluded allow contractors or even some cielo. The sandwich shops or hardware stores or you want then some cielo yet it's some quanteno there. Hot at consensus government on it let the consensus government is a kisan law. Hot only to it agora to it at some part else in advantage in the lot a choile law. Hat usi beners near the hat ule. Ayun cha ALCC it at some part in India to that ayun some part in India lapet a. Hat usi TC ayun arin curse ayun the net all the adilla. Hat ule to ayun asalialo. Thought about 9Q. Hat ule do not a mandate gay to the cabinet egala na alo. Nune sit a your nilyard ela nune papasi kedat at the calte nilyard. Had at in it at Ogatala na separate long a. A the consensus will call hat era. Good Mr. Speaker, Hasino John 60 ayunt arin kursi the net alia de la jainsa. Si sapao ayaton to da elegy batum papayas king had address sampano at elia alo to that uno at the list. Had a report yet a hat de lohalia to listen notes at the low. So a hat automats and a glass now had to natural resources say. Had at you not the London new to Goslin and New York's a halio. Had at that child care see the papayas key how. Nikai can see. Had I some big a galat die on the load to the cabinet ministers a hat week a galat not sat or are to that o see leha. Had at the thoughts and kennels on to that daycare child care at the hallaril and the low high la tala gaya. Had I say Aniston at a ha. Had at the minister said Kayan or near that no halada. Had to the adult education said the answer that is coincide. Had I make it at another la ha. Had I to the kennels on the only things in it. Had only to that. But darn the ancient high deadly Arctic sovereignty. A yatum premier say the Arctic sovereignty at Panayalke and Silio. Are you there? To the university what in Ilkielo. Had only to the council sitting a gatalai nalo. Had at it at Ugalita say to the government Kenneson Tagatalana say to the quants on other Sampao to Allah, but Agalataha. Koye say Hassin out as in near that to the supplemental preparation to the policy review.
Yes.
Could the minister that Ilias had to buy you sassy? Had that to Canita Sisi? Had that the budget see because his kid had a. The Hayons had said that is in massive numerous in dead short to know to be chero. Do you have to know Bassinia Kisi the budget? Had that to be that DC no not the Hana cheesy or not the Rosino, not Hatilo. I better are. The cabinet see massive bills that over Thane Q. Good Minister was next in finance. I had to the hell Nasu the season chance you had there. I thought only till the Seattle last in Brunel. Had to eat in the cabinet that is sitting in the city because you see Beconilla. I tell you see but only and had that is a trade that is in much in the Thursday. The you see that no colony is in much in Mussolini and Tony day. They chose it to be budget on city on a huge to be seen at 150 million. Do you know about the zone that the need now that the government agency? Do you think a yacht in a ha? At that, the Hong is not till Concord is not till her rich, a year of has seen the lower. I hadn't had a lot. Had I seen you or John Bonitel, must it? Tune there, Willie there. Must Mr. Speaker. The budget see because he's kid here. Do you not want all it all say a yacht a jardit easy? Do you not try hit here? Could see on Baba Hitasi a ye? There is some budget rate and that will be a DC. The government in your a ye tune the hit you. See how to hide government of Bagal no luti in the city any senator. I had to then a kahi tato, then a gold hat or seats or cateno on the liber conscious kitelo. I had to night to Yamete and the latter were on its titelo. Hato heshiado. Where you sit on balls nazi na tela telo to see about kilo. Do you have the height? The 1970s. The Tutsu get the Bali nazi. Do you have Kaluniti ha? Are you not that there's a key door the Tutsu get Sidodira? Are you see Bacona Kalo? Are you have to Baton Kanat Elo? Mr. Speaker, support Dilo at your hand on Chase Ozzy Bertar Kilo. Are you should get Ostolo? Are you allowed to hear Nila no? The government you see the Anslan as Witcher. Are you Nisi Sitanots and a nigger? No Chani not so, no Yaki not so. Hato that only this is Kunit in let only tell. See, say Yaki sure. The government that all Nasi Harney. So Kuyola Scutanet in Utani Yelet Elo. Do you also see the kilo? Kuyi se kuyi kis kona tesi hayu da gar school na tait elotilo. Do you the answer nere? Do you have to need to tell circa little? Do you suppose $100? Do you tune the will it the balance nasi? Do you sample not also kunlat elo do you sample kiss a hair? Then it's a lesson. Hurry lassie. Nu you on the conta kiss consia you batonio or Julius Pikiti $1. Do you say quint a kissy detail the kiss connectilla? Do you could then do the Sisia, the hiring the boss nasi do you sample packet alo? A GWT headquarters couldn't government say to Yaki hit CC. Did that Esico Chalo? Do you hang that on cheese no kill that or became Papa Yaki $1? Mr. Speaker, do Yakini la lesit and her curl hat or is at all? I can't unique iso at Tilly is in Hanuzati. Are you a young barn causes now sitting at kill on the bills no? Do you self service? Do you not a lot hitilo? Had that the smoking commissions at the Kildotira? Could you eat a better also the DC, net in the tilo, better all the tilo? Could you political priority law? Do you have to scork easy hat or season law to Tambas Nasia? Do you have Nisika Corona artista? Do you have to attend the Basic the second lady? Could you that was Solona items that was sitting in city had at the battle d'Italia, the deputy premier that was sitting in city GWT? Do you have to catch a regency Hillel now? Do you have to something Hillel now say that on the zone of Sani tell her? Could the United Nations Declaration say you look at? Are you have to Yakibikali Lesi? Are you Belada Lord to it in something say? Do you know how Yaki Hitsi Hatula? Qui dat esi nil ilo do di dato sampa na kisi do di da garte hel hati luti den soltinesi kalmen hel di ha yo kis khoni betan ya ande ba ai hat onu hel wot tsila te ogis no 1 kilo di ri jana tesi da saneke ya sa yusi ne so ha rich in di baran kanso den soltine betan si atesi ha the budget on the case to the no pagal na duty. Could the minister say the department? Do we la city at no yes city change the the hat of political leader city that oh ya kiss but class kisi are hat the constitution no chini kis la telo chansan ke ya. Hatta the GWT but the crown the other treaty and they can see her. Could the constitution hold in there? Do they see it? Do not see it? Do it in a bar? Are you Hanya Halila? Hatta to it, Mr. Speaker. Hatte die budget sibek a fiskile sa partile doli. Ha yun lana chahal ni do du jan isli tisi. Hatti si neitale late. Ha yun tena palas na si jan zaning e yat ina ten sol tina ba. Could jan sit edit is it to be politics as I did not duty. Could this policy see sesleris ja. Could the politics be right there. Kid the war nit ja. Do you know zaning e ja. Die dat was hier wel na sit we komen. Die sê toe nou jy let die jong al chai sê. Sê dit die le. Ay het dat is het elo so. Die 1967 en dat is ik al te die. Mr. Speaker, ek thought in a paar hitar, ek thought in a paar jas kere. Ke et that's curious do you just hitale? Ay ten ba tunede wele de chuba balas nasiha ten chuch was sinuli du dat o yaki hal yesi ay sasners du betas ta balas nasib ba yalat erolo hatta tu ja khasi the invitation to the infrastructure minister then could you behind all balas nasi ay night hours ay na harnish Du vet att orit är sitt jag brukar kika nu ja. Det där klis kon rit ja. Dino. Ay panna was rit ja, sam kon rit ja. Tutoke ay kilo rit no, hay kilo. Kutinino kwa. Ay cool alla tasi ha treatment plan gold rit. Du vet den gold på programming rit ja. Ay tutoke sinde du vet så disi du vet kilo ge burn nazul dora. Zihat o yahat o dist awe har na just ala setse hiklezu setsate kyo ayet alte behel hita hata eti kuso janis alo. Ati esi khayas kilat Disney yas kilat Hat o jan setse det izin zo cabinet gelet yuli. Could you then see Hans called the seniors at the high law? You had just it all low. Dinner by us Kiha, hurry la boss nasi. Are you housing a class here a lot? Could I call like this here? I heard Nila Lolo doing on the contact, even housing community dark high at the national level. 200,000 200,000 kwan got on. Could on $10,000 10,000 kwan got on. How do you do it? Don't the programs no pass lasi. Housing in WT. Could you to get the sewage taxis in a letter? How to Tony Tillet the killer. Det kunne vi da ta beteljon, amali heljon. Og jeg så nahaslo. Og jeg da to sige sines insta, bundillo. Kunne vi den gå sig det sætte heinlag ja. Den tänker halana yaro. Ay burn dile dole. Ay den kol hulle. Hatta det all night is sinute tu chocho di si bekalata. Sitten dis belast on the hand on the cheese not this. Get you in a million head is some of the think all sitten in. Die cabinet premier justice minister hallusion. Die sont 7 kilo de côté dans ici. C'est un like c'est ça qui. Du si nede dans ici dans que Could you hang that on cheesy but Si c'est là le Johnny Sleha dit dat qui c'est. hat oi di sat o konas kha ti to cabinet balance kha ti to sines on si ye ha could the house end up with $199 million budget but surely could the LHOs public housing units are you but that you know could you hire that cheesy constant to sell ye ha are you concentrated on it Hatta hato tempa nansero tato salia siha. Ayi yakinis hours the finance minister bitsino, the minister of housing zinkadro. Ayi nizole the tabelesisi. Hatta the harin la se anitelo de konil iha. Could you have you in there to fatena? The end of the housing corporation ayi because I let it in 1993 bekend aflo. Ayi cruisen di dans combat ici. Di hota di sonona re anzin no nai khoan. Isa c'était c'est. Ayi ton si yella. Ayi fire marshal si hato handa tera de ni khon. Islandro eine te helni halo. Hata te cabinet within yo. Nai sampa no te tiro ti hato khon isum kona kha. Hata te atali ta. The government of Canada, the Lisbon chu sampa khani ka hi ti a. The dan combat in city hato sino ya baba. Could you contact last year that sent it or a year as year nas kerelo.
Instead of putting up barriers so that it makes it harder for us to help our people. And I said this in
internet ite hat the communicate hat the government policy known as Harnots and Constitution Treaty Rights Kadagalo. Government of Canada say do the government sambat la thara. Do it at Dëne Sųłıné a canal bark on zopa. Hat that's a quick older bit aze. Mr. Speaker, hat mercy listeners and giants it's in it that is a thought till future. Kui set us it's in member Range Lakes and Frame Lake. Doti satila. Ninintsa. Then I got early on lahat uli to it a giant log. I got the light to see who I think I thought. No, I see the horny lat elo. Hat uli tion dirt on it. Sat o at it a honey lalat as he says clearest and the hayuan sagalite daughter. None than a rat to okay after the lanet ain't sits a tilo. Hat at it after the bet breaks on as a quan. Do after the song by hell nigh kill. Do it says 15 or Nilo. Hat as is about Mr. Speaker. She sits in the Napachati daughter, Dëne Papat Ayas Kira. Hat at don't ano pauni la se ke ha antu sato atu at uhune the Napat Nazonli si Silya a mercy. Tune the Willeda. Hat at don't a cock kick or Silas and girl a German for a few
Me as a speaker under Rule 2.2 brackets 4, I hereby authorize the House sit beyond the daily hours of adjournment to consider the business of the House. Motions. Or to the motion. Member from the Sut 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be voting in favor of the budget. Recapping, before I continue, I will pay respect to all the previous presentations from my colleagues on this side of the House and the other side of the House. And when I look back at the very beginning of the Minister of Finance announcement 13 months ago on restoring balance, that was the approach that we took. And knowing through experience, there's going to be some hard decisions to be made. And the cost overruns have really got to be reflected to the hardships faced by the Sahtu region, particularly during last summer's events. But through collaboration, I was extremely pleased to see the ministers coming forth with assistance of business relief by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of ITI. And the homes coming to our communities, which really says it's a collaborative approach. When I look at the community of Dëne, and it's the same high cost of operating to my constituency budget, Mr. Chair. It's a fly-in region. I can only seasonally drive to these 5 communities that I represent. So one can understand sustainability and the challenges on a high cost of living in the Sahtu. But through collaboration with Cabinet, we ease that tension of high cost of living during the no barging season and the evacuation of Fort Good Hope last June. Easing the tension and the stress generated by families forced to leave their community. The Premier traveled to Norman Wells on our request to help comfort the victims of evacuation caused by the Fort Good Hope fire, which came in within a kilometer of the nearest home. So you can feel the stressful tension that was going on during that evacuation. And we were saddened to hear during the evacuation that we lost a chopper pilot defending our community. And we're getting assistance from Cabinet and every minister throughout the last 15 months. But going back into our first Assembly budget, and we got 2 more to go. But it was accepted by myself, having gone through that restoring balance is going to mean reductions. And analyzing and prioritizing the need for physical assistance is really a chore that I have to contribute to Cabinet in doing so. However, moving ahead, as said, I support this budget, knowing the fact that reductions sunsets, forest growth, is a decision made by the stakeholders of this assembly. So in short, I respect my colleagues' opinions, and I look forward to being resilient and in particular implementing what we have. We have a budget and we set aside a nominal amount that we can feel comfortable in saying this is going to be our surplus moving forward. Now hopefully that is not jeopardized by the disasters the NWT has seen in various parts of the NWT over the last several years, placing more forest growth decisions on disaster recovery. All said, we still have the avenue of federal engagements to ease that physical cost in operating our 33 communities. So in short, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be supporting the budget. Merci.
Thank you, member from Lasud 2. To the motion, member from Mackenzie Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too will be supporting the budget. I'm happy with the housing funding that's going to be distributed within the Northwest Territories, but there's still work to be done on distribution, especially within my region. After I looked at what the preliminary distribution dollars were going, it didn't look very bright for the communities of my region. So there is room for improvement. So I am happy with the housing allocation. But there's room for improvement in other areas, especially with the my favorite, the income support program. You know, we have to work at finding a way where we can get our those recipients to be part of the economy. 15% of my residents in the Beaufort Delta are on income support, so I'd like to find, get the Indigenous governments and other agencies involved in trying to get funding from EC&E to create programs where they can build their self-esteem, where they can join the workforce and be partners with the rest of the Northwest Territories in building our economy, especially in the Mackenzie Delta where unemployment is high. Closures of the community learning centers was a shock. Well, I've stated in our meetings that, committee meetings, that this was ongoing since June of 2023, and then with a couple of weeks, they just dropped this on the whole NWT. We wouldn't need to add more learning centers if improvements to the kindergarten to grade 12 was made better, rather than socially promoting our students and sending them to income support where they make a living off it. So kindergarten to grade 12 is where everything starts. We have to make improvements in our education system. It's pretty sad to see a graduate from a recent grade 12 program and see him at the front of the class having problems with simple arithmetic, and you expect these students to go virtually on learning. It's a hard task to even comprehend. The health care, we have to improve that within the smaller communities. With every week I'm getting notifications from the regional health department saying that one of the health centers are closed because due to staff shortage. They be open only for emergency cases. And I'm getting calls about medical travel, accommodations. We need collaboration with the cabinet, with the minister, to bring clarity for the residents of the Northwest Territories when they're traveling. Like, who's obligated to take these tasks on? So we need clarity in that. We got to find solutions for what I've been trying to bring forth the last few sessions is the crisis we're in with the drugs and alcohol. The biggest places where they're setting up shop is right in with housing NWT's public housing units. And the local authorities or housing NWT can't do nothing. It's sad when you see, you go past a person's house and you know there's criminal activity there, but I've tried. I went to the RCMP myself. I've held interagency meetings. Our hands are just tied. We can't do nothing but, you know, hope and pray for the best of our people, and hopefully in the future, this a budget will come out where everyone is happy. But that's impossible. You know, I can't get everything from this budget that I want, that the residents of my constituency want. But we can be optimistic, and hopefully we can negotiate throughout the year and try to get programs to heal our people, to make them feel better about themselves, be part of the workforce, be well educated. Education is it's just a big factor. It's where everything starts. Then you get into alcohol and drugs, and it affects every department of this government. Every department that alcohol and drugs affects them. Collaboration and consultation with the communities is a big one. This government has to consult with the residents of the Northwest Territories and seeing what they want, what's hurting them. There's a lot of people out there hurting. Even just walking home from after session, you see people that are struggling. It's hard to see that. I don't know them, but I tell you, I brought this up before. I was in their shoes for 5 months until my cousin Stanley rescued me. I would have been probably still there because I didn't feel like I was an alcoholic, but I was surviving. And I think that's what these people are doing. We just have to give them a little encouragement because they all have potential. They all have work ethics, but they're stuck in a rut right now. But I will be supporting this this budget, but you know there is room for improvement as the year goes on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Mackenzie Delta. To the motion, member from Yonge Lake North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the commitment that the government will be spending $50 million on housing during each of the next 3 years is significant. We have been working towards this since the beginning of this assembly. This wasn't something that we just came up with a few weeks ago, and we've been engaged in advocacy for housing both through our committees as regular members and in individual meetings with the minister that I know many of us have had, trying to figure out a practical path forward on this. So we're starting to see the fruits of those labors, and I am encouraged. I do believe we still have a lot of work to do, particularly around figuring out how we can better support people who are currently in public housing to move towards home ownership. That's a message I've heard strongly and repeatedly, especially from my colleagues representing small communities. I think a big piece of what we need there is to get going on a large-scale amount of repairs and renovations in public housing to allow people to take over units and own them as their own. And I do expect that at least some of this new money will be supporting those efforts, but that will also take significantly ramping up our supply of tradespeople and the apprenticeships and the building of workforce capacity to get those kinds of repairs done. So this is not simply a matter of dedicating a certain number of millions of dollars to big ticket items. It's about putting the various pieces of our mandate priorities together, focusing our resources on programs that all lead towards the same goal. And I do think that one worthy and inspiring goal could be increasing rates of home ownership in the territory. Now, the issue of community learning centers still sits in a difficult position. Aurora College's announcement of the closure of the community learning centers has both opened up new opportunities, especially for Indigenous governments and other community-based partners to take back more control over adult learning in communities. It's also threatened many community-based programs that have been going very well, such as the Literacy Outreach Center here in Yellowknife, and many existing partnerships in the communities that have been delivering trades programming and essential skills training. I understand that it will take some time to figure out the next steps for each community with regard to their adult learning plans and their community learning centers. Some communities will want to repurpose those CLC buildings to serve some other need in the community, whether that's some purpose in healthcare or perhaps use by a local high school trying to offer programming to more mature learners. Those are some of the examples I've heard of what else communities do want to do with those CLC buildings if they haven't been well utilized. But for those centers that have had lots of productive programming going on, it will take time to untangle and detail who are the partners that have been working with the Royal College in delivering those programs, what holes exactly will be left with the college pulling out, what resources can still be offered by partners, what are the missing pieces left, and whether that's missing staff or missing space to offer the programs, and then how we're going to plug each of those holes and fill in the missing resources. I genuinely believe that UCE has not had time to finish that work yet, but that they are committed to doing it. The tricky part will be when we do get to the point where we can identify exactly what resources are needed to keep the momentum going on the existing courses and training. We need to be able to find those resources, and I will continue to push that this government provide them to ensure that those critical workforce training and adult learning programs continue. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this budget. I do commend the work of all the members in this Assembly, and I look forward to the continued work ahead. Thank you.
From Yellowknife North. To the motion. Member from the Decho.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to all of my colleagues here and for the work that we've done to come to this day. And it's been quite some work that we're doing. I'm happy that we got some stuff, even though some things I didn't get in my region. I still don't have a health cabin in Kakisa. People in Enterprise still can't go home. But we are working together, and I am working with my colleagues to ensure that things do happen in my riding. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. This has been my first year working and doing the job that I'm doing, and going through a lot of seen a lot of things change, seen a lot of things happen and not happen. The drugs are in our communities, they're devastating lives of our people, health care. I'm happy that we have we passed a motion to allow medical escorts. Now we don't know how that's going to work out, but when it does work out, people will be happy about that. We had some little wins, and I reiterate what a lot of my colleagues said. There was things that happened. We got some things we didn't get. But the way I look at it, we got some little wins, and things happen slowly. We can't get everything we want right now. But all in all, I was sent here to work for the people in my riding. It's been a tough time for us, but we're working together to make sure that our people get what they need. It's not easy. We've had a lot of death in our community and our communities in the last while. So people are hurting, and here we're dealing with budgets and having to deal with even our own personal stuff, our own personal issues around our families and stuff, and yet we're working to help our people. It's in regards to housing. I'm happy what we got, the 30 million for the next 3 years. Healthcare, like I mentioned, a motion to get medical escorts. However, we have the issues of drug and alcohol issues in our communities. But all in all, Mr. Speaker, we have to work together to find solutions for the things that we're dealing with. Even though things may look bleak to some, I say, Mr. Speaker, while my colleague sees a glimpse, or I see a glimpse of hope for our people working with this government. And my colleagues on the other side, the cabinet, if you work with them, they will work with you. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to say I'm going to be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Member from the date shown. To the motion, member from Mophly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to all our colleagues here, both the regular MLAs and to the cabinet, for the hard work that went into this budget. I know that we don't always get what we want, but I am pleased with the budget. I am pleased that there's more money put in the budget for housing. And we know that there's a lot of problems in the small communities. Mental health and drugs in small communities are on the rise, and there are efforts being made to address those issues. And similar to what my colleague from Mackenzie Delta said, there is room for improvement. But there is a good working relationship with the cabinet and with the regular MLAs and with the Indigenous government and organizations, which I am pleased about. I feel like the government is listening to us. You know, they're listening and they're hearing our concern. With all the statements that we have been making since last year, since last fiscal year and the beginning of the last fiscal year as well too. So they have been listening, they have been hearing our concerns for that reason that there's more money put into the housing. And which housing is a major issue in small communities, so I am quite pleased about that. There is something that I am worried and concerned about is that in Klitschko region that Klitschko communities are growing and they are expanding. For example, Bichakon, they're building a new subdivision. That means that there's going to be a new, more houses that's going to be going up and a new school will be built. So the thing that I see problem with here is that MACA funds, it's not going far enough. That one we need to, that needs to, they need to start focusing on working with small communities, especially the communities that are expanding, that are growing. More of our people are going home. You know, we're not living, there's a lot of social issues in all the communities, even in the larger regional center. Because of that, there's a lot of people that are saying they want to go home. And we have seen that happen in many of the small communities. So I am quite pleased with the budget right now, but it's just that the MACA needs to start focusing on working with the community government and in Bichakon alone, that we will need more program and service delivery when the new expansion, when we complete the new subdivision, and with the infrastructure as well. So I am pleased. For that reason, for a lot of other reasons too, I will be supporting this budget as well. Thank you.
Member from Mophly. To the motion, member from Yonge Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start off with the good. $100,000 going into the program for family violence shelter network. That money was saved or added, however you want to look at it, to help NGOs. I think that's probably the most significant movement in this particular budget that I saw. That said, without that money, many people would be at risk, and I wouldn't even want to try to calculate how many people would be at super harm's way or worse, Mr. Speaker. So let's go with the other stuff, the less good. Recently, as we all know, the government got a $1.3 billion increase to the debt wall, and I think that that is really the turning point of where the housing conversation started. Whereas I think if I have the number correct, I mean, we keep throwing numbers around, but it's like $41.6 million intended to be invested in it. And the challenge I see when I read this is, and when I say this isn't really going far enough, is the fact that if you read the details, it talks about modernizing, it talks about improving, it talks about replacing. What are we doing for net increase? And so when everybody keeps saying, well, we didn't always get what we want, I'm really curious what we got. We got the government's notional plan turned into an action plan to modernize, improve, and replace houses. I would have liked to have heard we're going to have a net increase of 50 houses, 100 houses, 200 houses. I'm sure you get the point. Net increase. So have we put those families at risk have we made those families at risk any safer? Have we helped those people on the edge, and have we protected them? Have we given them a firmer ground? I'm not sure this budget does that. I'm not reading that. I've looked it over, I've asked questions, I'm curious. I think my colleague from Rangelink even asked the housing minister, what's the net improvement today? And she respectfully, of course, took it, as notice. Some of the stuff is still in the air. We don't know. Or at least she said she'd get back, I guess, to it. But the point is that we don't even know what we're buying. But we know we're buying something. And that's kind of interesting. So we're buying a bit of time for daycares. I know we're buying that. We see a bit of money in for daycares. But it's not saving daycares. I think it's a temporary respite. It's not hearing their problems, it's deferring them, kicking them down the road. The question is was this budget prepared to take care of or support day homes? I don't know. But I can assure you they are even further down the road at risk, and this budget doesn't speak to that. Mr. Speaker, political priorities, as highlighted by my colleague from Range Lake many times, the shift. I mean, up until recently, we were talking about 6% of the budget is dedicated to political priorities. Now we're closer to 7.5%. I mean, so that's what we're really talking about. When we get elected to a mandate to do things, but we just surrender to the public service. I wish there was two budgets, honestly. Not that I enjoy this process, trust me. This isn't a love-in most days. But that said, it's not horrible either. But I would say, I wish there was a budget where we talked about the basics, nuts and bolts of government, and then we talked about the political mandate of politicians. Whereas in housing needs to be added, and we turn that into the political mandate from that focus. But we don't. It's all meshed together. So when we say status quo budget, we really mean whatever keeps the lights on. So the irony of in using round numbers, Mr. Speaker, of the 50 million this year, 50 million next year, that's the government's plan. And it's weird that when you think about it, it takes the members to push the government on their plan. I mean, even to Housing Corp's own, I would say, point, a few meetings back, they can't even do 100 houses, new doors in 4 years. I don't know what's going to roll out. I mean, I look forward to it. But like I said, I wish the conversation was about net gain, about where this money goes. Not repairs, not replacements, not refurbishing. And by no means would I stand here and say that that isn't important. Please don't get disillusioned by my concern. But when we talk about trying to tackle that 3,000 or more in need, this is what we're talking about. We need net houses. Net homes, sorry. Shouldn't say houses, because houses come in many forms. Net homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm still frustrated about the IEP. I think in time, that was part of our concerns as the package. And it's the old, you can ask for the moon as part of your process. And I'm worried that time will roll out, that we're no further ahead on this file other than making people more angry with their government. Extended health benefits, revisiting that was asked through this budget process, and it was unceremoniously dismissed. extending commissions or finding better ways to work with the brewery or cannabis industry. I mean, these industries are struggling and they need every break. I mean, they are little microeconomies that change the nature of a community. As a matter of fact, it actually makes it an exciting community when you think about when they're busy and energetic and they're doing things and people are involved. It's those things that spark life. And it's important. If the government viewed it as it was a little bit of a net loss, think of it this way. We do a lot of things for net loss. As a matter of fact, we have certain departments that should be called net losses. But that said, it's the benefit of what it does. Overall, that is. CLCs, you know, I'm not tired of fighting this one, but I feel like it's one of these we keep ringing the bell and not enough people in the government are listening. You know, sure, literacy outreach may have sounded like it might be okay, but I don't know if it'll be okay in Yellowknife, Fort Smith, and Inuvik. Yeah, that's Yellowknife too. That's my writing. You know, this is this community. It's a risk. So the overall package of these concerns are concerning. You know, I feel like my colleagues, you know, whether it's my colleague from Tüne Yatıé, when he talks about feeling communities are under siege. And so when we lose the CLCs, but the college gets to keep the cash, I mean, it just seems so contradictory to the business of what we're doing. We have to do fiscal restraint, which is government talk about, you know, reductions, but not really reductions. Well, I'm sorry, every one of those communities, one of these CLCs was in, I mean, that's a job loss. And every job loss has a ripple effect. And every community is going to feel that. So if you have one job, it could affect 2 or 3 people in that family, in that community. One government job in a community is overwhelming. Add 2 or 3 jobs into a larger community. Add 3 or 4 jobs to a community regional center. All of a sudden you're affecting, Mr. Speaker, schools, kids playing pond hockey, you know, little social clubs of what they exist. Like the elements and the fabrics are under siege. That's how I feel it. So when the member for Dëne Sųłıné Yatıé talks about feeling losing these things, I mean, I worry from my perspective that the community of Fort Resolution, I've been to that community center many times. It's a beautiful place. It's a community center, for goodness sakes. So now to leave them to sit there empty and heated and doing nothing, I mean, I worry. I'd rather we continue a process until we know what we're going to do. But trust us is not a good policy to live by. Mr. Speaker, if you think about what the members actually accomplish cash-wise, it's literally $100,000 back to the family violence shelter. We argued and held the line on the government's money. You know, it feels like, well, I got to convince them my idea is their idea, and all of a sudden they get all excited about it, and then I tell them, hey, great idea, never heard that before. Well, this is one of these cases. I feel like we're championing their idea all along. Mr. Speaker, if we think about the $50 million, now I'm going to roll it up in a whole dollar. I mean, it's less than 2% of the budget. That's not a significant dial move. You know, so when if I may respectfully say, the pilot biscuit brigade that lives on click over here and does it the old-fashioned way of lean budgets and scraping by, and then we look over, metaphorically, Mr. Speaker, the well taken care of side, because apparently we've turned into a feelings assembly, the well taken care of other side. You know, and when you're asking for something about helping students, and it's like, well, it's not our idea, so against you. You know, so the idea is, what did we support? I'm glad some dial change is going to happen on the housing. I'm just personally embarrassed by thinking about, like, I don't think it's going to change anything. And everybody keeps saying, well, you can't get what you want. I'm just not convinced we know what we got. And I'm not convinced what we got was what we really wanted. I think everyone here talked about wanting net increases to houses, not less squeaky doors or less leaky windows or things like that. We wanted new doors so new families can move in and feel safe. I mean, I'm curious on how it's going to look like. Now, if you do the math backwards, Mr. Speaker, and again, using round numbers, even though it's not 50 million this year, I believe it's 41.6 or something in that range. Math backwards is we're talking if it was houses alone, It's 3 houses per community on average. But they haven't promised houses, they promised repairs, modernizations, and improvements, not new houses. So I'm not sure what we're getting. I certainly look forward to whatever we get. I do believe that improved, healthier lifestyle, whether now we're talking about suitability of houses, if it fixes families in our communities and regions, I think that's a good thing. It's hard to say no, but it's just hard to say what did we actually buy. And the last part I'll speak to, Mr. Speaker, is I frankly hate the phrase negotiation. I don't feel like we negotiate. I feel like, what are you going to let us have? And I think people don't put that into perspective enough. So the media is going to go blah, blah, blah. They negotiated a good deal. I don't care what the media says, honestly. Yeah, they can say whatever they want. We didn't negotiate. We got what they let us have. And that's it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member from Yellowknife Centre. To the motion, member from Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long day. I've got a lot of papers in front of me, but I'm going to try and get this on the rails. Let me start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I do believe that this budget process is a negotiation. It is a difficult one. It's a difficult one for everyone. Not everybody on Cabinet gets what they want at the Cabinet table. But we do have to come together. We have discussions about what the issues are, what our priorities are, what our constituents need, what our residents need from all different sized communities here, from small communities to the capital to regional centres. And it's not an easy conversation. But Mr. Speaker, we always do come together, and Mr. Speaker, then we come to this process. I will say, Mr. Speaker, one of the things, and I want to speak a little bit to the process, it's not well understood. As I've attended FPT tables, federal, provincial, territorial meeting tables elsewhere, I've realized how different we are from the way things operate in provincial jurisdiction. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, I don't make the budget. Department of Finance doesn't make the budget. That often is how it happens elsewhere. Instead, the 7 of us collaboratively make the budget. Everyone is responsible for bringing forward submissions from their department. We have to go around the table at the Financial Management Board, and then it comes forward to the Assembly, first to committees in the confidential in-camera review process that we begin way back in January. And through that process, MLAs have an opportunity to ask each minister detailed questions, sometimes informing themselves about where they may want to ask questions later in public, and sometimes informing themselves to better understand a direction, and very often also pushing a minister in a department on an issue they see in there that they want to see some change. Sometimes that ultimately comes forward through the negotiation process, and sometimes it ultimately can be a discussion between that member and that minister that can be part of what goes on throughout the process of consensus government. People can begin to work together on issues as the member from Yellowknife North and the member from Nunavut Lake now work together on a number of issues in the healthcare front. But then, Mr. Speaker, once we do come to a point where there's some sense of where we're coming into the Legislative Assembly and conducting the public review of each department, of each division, of each area, the questions again get asked, and again that's an opportunity where government is being pushed and saying, look, this is what the political actors elected to lead are asking and expecting of you. And so again, departments go and will shift the work that's happening within the departments. And so, Mr. Speaker, I do want to give a bit of a shout out. We do have a little over $2.6 billion in total revenues, and our expenditures $2.3 billion. Well, $472 million of that is the public service. Those are the folks that do all the things. Every single thing that we're talking about here, that's them. That's what that pays for. It pays for them to do all of those things and provide those services. And another $1.2 billion goes out the door. It's the grants and contributions and transfers that we give to municipalities and small communities and large communities, NGOs. It goes out the door to all of them. And again, helps us deliver all the programs and services we're describing here. And we do, when we come to a point of trying to figure out what we need to do, from the cabinet perspective, we know walking in here it's going to be a discussion with members from the other side in order to pass the budget. And there has certainly been evolution over the course of assemblies about how that gets done. And Mr. Speaker, I'd say I'm proud to say that in this assembly we've continued that evolution, leading to today where the focus is on changes that are reflective of the priorities of the Assembly. And they are focused on changes that not only prioritize the Assembly, but also that prioritize the whole of the Assembly. So rather than being, you know, a one-off item or a particular choice for one community or one type of program or service that maybe services one group, it really is an effort, I would say, as a collective to try to benefit the whole of the territory and all of our priorities, Mr. Speaker. It's on a high level, and that's something that I think we should be all proud of, that we can all look at one another and try to find those kinds of issues where we can make big changes. We also, Mr. Speaker, in this government have shifted to having our business plans as part of our main estimates. But what that's meant is that it opens up this negotiation. It's no longer just about line items, Mr. Speaker. We're now opening up the entirety of the business process of what we do as a government, what all of the public servants do, and opening it up to this discussion of change. And Mr. Speaker, it is a complicated one. I have a 14-page spreadsheet of all the different things we've been discussing over the last while, of areas where we might go back and forth and might find some room to change. I want to highlight just a few, but Mr. Speaker, it's just a few, it's not everything, and I won't go through the whole thing, owing in part to the time. But this process of beginning in January, one-on-ones between ministers and MLAs with particular issues or needs, going through the in-camera review by department, going through negotiations, it pushes the public service who want to deliver good programs and services, and it pushes them to do that through this process. It's everything that's part of the consensus process. This is the highlight. This is what people pay attention to. But it's been 3 months of getting here. And even before that, it's been the relationships before that where we knew and we expected what was coming, particularly on an ask from housing, but on other areas too. So with that, Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions around income assistance, and I know that's been mentioned again tonight, so I do want to acknowledge that. It's a known now need. There's going to need to be some consideration of how we can re-examine and look at the success or lack of success of income assistance. It's not working the same for everyone and for every community, and that is a recognition, but that's been a significant conversation as a result of budget negotiations. I don't have the outcome today because it's complicated and it's not easy, but the point is that by being part of this process, the government is now being pushed to go and look at it because it's been brought forward. It's been discussed, and we know that there has to be action taken. Mr. Speaker, I want to also acknowledge there's some small things, even just for example, I think I don't necessarily know which member brings forward particular issues. Sometimes I can guess. But Mr. Speaker, there's been questions around the NWT child tax benefit, and can we improve this? Can we make this better for residents? Well, Mr. Speaker, I need to do some math on this one. We need to run that one a bit more. But we've committed to go and say, yes, we're going to look at this. So even ideas like that, it doesn't have to come through the budget process, but it also can. And that's, I think, what makes consensus different, is that it, again, highlighted on today, but it is an ongoing dialogue and relationship that we have when we can discuss areas and concerns and ideas, and in a way that might not be happening when we're constrained in a different system. I'm going to skip over my housing line for the moment, Mr. Speaker, because we're going to come back to that one in a bit. But there's been a commitment, again, EC&E and housing recognizing that they have an opportunity to find a way to increase apprentices. There's been a real recognition that this is an area of some success, but it's also an area where we need to keep those successes growing and that momentum going, so acknowledging that. Discussion around defense and sovereignty strategy, and acknowledging that we'll have something ready for the next sitting. You know, again, that's saying that there's going to be a strategy ready in this area by the May sitting. That's a commitment that maybe I didn't need to detail here, but it's been already made to my colleagues, Mr. Speaker. They know it's coming and they're going to hold us to it because they're pushing us on this as an area that we know is important. So other items around discussing what's coming next in GRI, which I know is important to some, and how we're going to move forward the program evaluation. even the $100,000 for family violence shelters being reinstated, but also, Mr. Speaker, moving from Health and Social Services, which makes it a bit more of a one-off, putting it over in EIA now. So reflecting again a push towards what can we try to do to make these systems, to make the fundings, to be more unified, more organized, and have them make more sense. So NGOs know that the funding mechanisms will sit in a relatively more housed in EIA, and over time move away from being department by department, which is much more difficult, obviously, for an NGO with limited capacity to have to figure out and navigate. So we're making that commitment to get that work done. A lot of discussion, obviously, around the health and social services sector. And Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work happening and a lot of conversations being had with how to make that system run more efficiently and effectively, in order to make sure that we're using those public dollars. It's almost a third of what we spend is on health. That is a major priority of this government. We want to be spending those dollars as best we can to service residents, and to service them in a way that provides good health care and supports the people that are providing that health care. Mr. Speaker, it is sort of a last but not least housing. I do want to speak to the housing item. It was a part of the discussions we had back in the fall when we passed the capital budget. And at that time, the commitment was to figure out a plan, and what we then called a notional plan, and there was much time spent on the word notional back then. A notional plan is just that. It's the idea of presenting a plan with dollar figures associated, but not necessarily knowing where those dollar figures might come from. Over the years, the Housing NWT does, on average, have managed to find some funding, typically from some federal entity or agency or the CMHC or otherwise. But Mr. Speaker, coming in here this session, there was no new funding coming. There were no new announcements coming, but we certainly knew that there'd be pressure from our colleagues. So that notional plan was put into an incremental plan, which followers of the House might recall hearing the Minister of Housing have to say, as she was describing the budget sitting as a witness. Incremental meant that there was options starting at $5 million and gradually moving up of what we could do with different types of funding. Well, Mr. Speaker, the full plan, the full $50 million, so a base amount that was already coming from the GNWT plus the new amount included to bring it to $50 million, is where we landed. So it is a significant investment, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest it's now funding the full plan. So it is no longer notional nor incremental. It is now the full plan. And Mr. Speaker, I want to give full credit to our colleagues on the other side for this, because it wasn't necessarily where we thought this would land, but it was very clear that it's where they wanted this to land. And I have a bit more sort of news, if I might, on that, and it's that, Mr. Speaker, although we've shared with our colleagues what that first year might look like, in terms of looking at the modernization and improvements, which is the major renovations that keeps a house from becoming a boarded-up derelict unit. There's about 175 that can be funded through this, and another 47 that can be replaced on top of that. It takes a huge dent over these 3 years into the $200 million housing infrastructure deficit that we estimate exists, Mr. Speaker, and that's a significant change in that space to make sure that houses aren't being boarded up, aren't looking derelict, aren't bringing down communities, and they're actually going to be in and available for people to live in and to use and to move away from wait lists. The other thing I want to give credit to my colleagues on is they've accepted, Mr. Speaker, every member who is representing a community was shown the lists of wait lists, the lists of the age of the housing units, and are accepting that this is now a data-driven plan. So again, acknowledging, and I appreciate that while that is putting us into a place where we are as a group making evidence-based decisions and making evidence-based choices, and I do acknowledge that's hard because it doesn't always align with sometimes what we feel when we look around in a community that you're in all the time, but you can come here and say that we have an evidence-based approach. And one other good piece of news I'll give, and again, it's credit to our colleagues, by making this a 3-year commitment, we now have more economies of scale that we can use to deliver this plan. And that means that these numbers, 175 this year and 47 this year for replacements, may go up because we are now able to order more, use a more economy of scale approach, and plan to have mobilization costs community by community managed differently or better. Now, of course, it's a time of tariffs, so it's difficult to predict anything these days, Mr. Speaker, but one thing we can say is that over 90% of housing's contracts are delivered locally. They're delivered by northern businesses, northern residents, northern people. And Mr. Speaker, so while I don't know what's happening with the tariffs, and I can't necessarily predict what's happening south of the border, but I can say that this is an investment that we believe can be delivered by Northerners, for Northerners. So again, it's credit to our colleagues for pushing us for the 3 years, because it's created that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm running longer than I expected, but Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly mention the CLCs, the Community Learning Centres. Again, it's been a subject of much conversation. I do want the public to know that our colleagues have been dogged on this, both on the floor, but also with myself, with Minister of Education, Culture and Employment, right up to the very end on this one. I appreciate the grace that they're giving us on this one. And what I mean by that is we do need a bit of time. Obviously, Aurora College is an independent entity. It does operate at arm's length. We may not always be happy about the decisions it's making, but it is structured to make those decisions on its own. GNWT does have a responsibility to deliver education, and the Minister of Education, Culture, Employment, and supported by our colleagues, is committing that we're going to go back and look and acknowledge that there's not one size fits all here, but that she will, over the next just couple of months, go back to the communities that have operating CLCs, go back to those that have operating programs, and figure out who wants to see what happen next. We've already had outreach from some communities saying they want the facility. That will then look over to Department of Infrastructure to see what we can do to move those processes along. But others that want to see the programs continue that may be funded from third-party sources. So we're going to figure that out. We're going to provide a critical path and a timeline. We're going to do that by the May sitting, Mr. Speaker, which is a pretty quick turnaround, but it is an important item, and we're happy to make that commitment. So. With all that, Mr. Speaker, of course there's always more that people will want. That is the nature of government. The needs of the territory and the needs of the residents don't stop. The needs of our communities don't stop. But this is probably the single biggest budgetary change that I'm certainly aware of ever being made, but we're proud of it. It's one that does reflect the priorities of the Assembly, and I thank my colleagues for getting us here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, member from Yellowknife South. To the motion. Question has been called. The member from Yellowknife South has asked for a recorded vote. For all those in favor, please stand.
The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Cam Lake, the member for Hay River North, the member for Hay River South, the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes, the member for Nunavut, the member for Det Cho, the member for Sahtu, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Montfouille, the member for Frame Lake, the member for Great Slave, the member for Mackenzie Delta, the member for Yellowknife North, the member for Thabacha.
All those opposed, please stand.
The member for Trinidad Willade, the member for Yellowknife Center, the member for Range Lake.
All those abstaining, please stand. (15 in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions). The motion is carried. Bill 25 has had its third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, can you please determine whether the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, the Honourable Gerald Kissoon, is prepared to enter the chamber and assent to the bills?
Please be seated. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Premier Simpson, ministers, members of the Legislative Assembly, and staff, and visitors in the public gallery. Hakana Inuit, Dwin Gwinzi, Shakwichin Kat, welcome. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather are treaty lands and the home to many Indigenous people, including the Quechua Dene, the Clecho, the Métis. We are grateful to be on this land. I want to thank my family and my friends and community for their support. I hope that I make you proud. Now, as the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories, I am pleased to assent to the following bills. Bill 11, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. Bill 12, Business Day Statutes Amendment Act. Bill 19, Supplementary Appropriations Act, Infrastructure Expenditures, number 3, 2024-2025. Bill 20, Supplementary Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures and Borrowing Authorization, number 2, 2024-2025. Bill 25, Appropriation Act, Operation Expenditures, 2025-2026. Haicho, Huinakpak. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
Please be seated. Colleagues, it's now my turn to talk. I listened to 12 replies to the budget, so I got my binder ready to go, and so we got till about 10 o'clock. So I'd like to thank the Commissioner, the Honourable Gerald Kassoon, for being here today to assent to our legislation. It was an honor to have him join us in the Chamber, and I thank the Mr. Commissioner. Colleagues, before we adjourn, I want to say a few words. I will be quick. However, I know we all have things to do, people to see, and many of us are preparing to travel home to our constituents, friends, and families. Colleagues, please join me in thanking everyone that makes it possible to do our jobs here. We have and rely on a wonderful team, and I want to let them know we appreciate all that they do for us. Our staff do everything from keeping the building open, operating safely, to ensuring that We are seen and heard on television, computers, and radios across the territories, and providing research and procedural advice. Our contractors ensure the assembly building is clean, snow is cleared, and the meals are delicious and nutritious. Please join me in thanking them. I'd also like to say a special thank you to our interpreters and our pages. February was Indigenous Language Month, and it was wonderful to see our interpreters and hear our Indigenous languages spoken each day. We honor our culture when we use our languages, and our interpreters make it possible for us to do that. Please join me in thanking our interpreters for their hard work and dedication to our language, as well as the beautiful potluck we had at lunchtime, and it was all traditional food. Colleagues, I love that we were able to bring youth from across the territories to join us in this House as pages. The youth are our future, and I believe our PAGE program invests in that future by teaching our youth about our form of consensus government. It is amazing to watch their confidence grow throughout their time here, and I want to let them know that they do a great job, and we appreciate their efforts. These young people are our future leaders, our future teachers, doctors, and tradespeople. No matter what path they take, I know that they will be working for the better future. I know some of our pages really love the time they spend here. In fact, some of them love it so much that they come back to us. Two of our current table officers are former pages, so maybe we'll see some of you again in the future. I didn't say the people's names, I just like to thank them. Colleagues, please join me in thanking all our pages for being here with us this whole sitting. So, I also want to take a moment to talk about another great program we offer for our young people, our Youth Parliament program. From April 29th to May 1st of this year, we will host 19 grade 9 and 10 students from across the territories to learn about our style of consensus government and participate in a model session in this chambers. Colleagues, I cannot stress how much I enjoy our Youth Parliament program. It is both inspiring and humbling to work with and hear our youth when they speak to the issues impacting them, their peers, and their community. I plan on being here to participate in the program again this year, and I want to encourage each of you to do the same. If possible, take the time to meet with your youth representative. Also, our team will be looking for members to volunteer as the pages during the model session. Please consider giving a few hours of your time to serve our youth parliamentarians. It's a great experience for both members and youth. Finally, colleagues, I want to congratulate you on getting through what I believe is our most challenging sitting of the year. Maybe not. When we were considering our main estimates and operation budget, I've sat both as a regular member and cabinet member and now as a speaker. I know these discussions and negotiations can pull at our heartstrings. We want to do what we think is best for our residents and our territories, but we do not always agree. It takes a lot of work, communications, and compromise to get through a budget. We make difficult decisions, work together, and we move forward together. This is consensus government in action. I know personally you don't always get what you are looking for, but that is part of the process. Colleagues, this House is not scheduled to sit again until May, but I know we will all be busy with ongoing work of the government and committees. I look forward to seeing all of you back in this chamber in May for our next sitting. Thank you, colleagues. Let's wrap this up and so we can all get home to our friends and family. Don't forget to let them know how much their support and encouragement matters to you. Mr. Kirk, orders of the day.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Prayer reflection, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, oral question 530, 607, and 645, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, written questions 14-20 bracket 1, 15 bracket 20-1, 16 bracket -20 bracket 1, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration committee of the whole of bills and other matters, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Thursday, May 22nd, 2025 at 1:30 p.m. Oh, sorry, 21st. Wednesday, May 21st. My notes has something different. Sorry.